ये तो तुमने यहाँ से निकाला, मनोज मिश्रा नाम है इसका। मैनेजमेंट एंड सस्टेनेबल।
Should we start, sir?
Okay, I am ready.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Our revered resource person of the today, Dr. A. Sahai, who is from Birla Institute of Management and Technology, Noida, is with us. Very good morning to our revered experts and all the participants. Today he'll be talking on the adoption of innovation strategy and executing innovation for the two sessions, this session and the next session, that is from 12 to 1:30. I'll request Manpreet Kaur to give a brief profile of Dr. A. Sahai, please.
A very good morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to speaker of today's session, Dr. Arun Sahai. He is presently serving as a Dean Research and a Professor of Strategic Management at Birla Institute of Management and Technology. Dr. Sahai teachings and research interests are in the area of strategic management, mergers and acquisitions, strategic alliance, joint ventures, innovation and CSR. He has been a turnaround manager, corporate entrepreneur, researcher, educator, and an institution builder. He is advising the leading companies in the area of corporate strategy, which includes the creation of their vision, mission, and values. He also served as a lead consultant in the projects sponsored by European Union, Government of India, and corporates. He is also the recipient of various best research and case writing awards. He has published in various journals of repute in the areas like strategy, innovation, entrepreneurship, sustainability, and CSR. He also writes popular articles in business press. He has published more than 125 research papers in journals and conferences of national and international repute. The topic of his talk today is adoption of innovation, innovation strategy, and executing innovation. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sahai to kindly resume the session, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manpreet. Thank you very much. Well, good morning to everyone, the participants as well as the organizers. Am I visible? Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning once again. Manpreet gave a long introduction. If I were to introduce myself, I would tell that by basic degree I am an engineer. By profession I have been a manager, and at heart I am a teacher. That's what my introduction is. And yes, I have been in the business of innovation also. In fact, I had about 7 patents. Firstly, as you have already undergone 2-3 sessions on the innovation concepts, challenges, creativity, etc. So I would start with a question. When do you think this innovation word came into being? When innovation started in the world, on the earth? My delivery will be a more interactive mode, because all of you are faculty or research scholars. So I don't want one-way communication. I would love to really discuss and have a discourse with you. So anyone, you had already some background lectures or interaction on innovation. So when innovation started? When do you think the innovation started? Anyone? I find there are 63 people. Come on, VT, DK, NP, so many. When innovation started? People won't be, others won't be able to speak.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, sir. Participants, keep in mind that you are supposed to secure 80% marks as well based on the test which your experts are giving. So please be very, very attentive and try to have the sessions as interactive as possible.
I just want to know whether they can interact or not. Can the participants interact, or I have only to give my presentation?
No, we can interact with you, sir.
Very good, very good. Then my question to you is, I will start the session with a question. When innovation started on this earth or in this world? No one? Don't be bothered, right or wrong, don't bother, we all are, actually
Yes,
we all
sir.
learn.
When mankind came
Innovation, for example, so derives from the Latin word, and it was first used as a noun of action, a new idea, device, or method.
Absolutely, the Latin word was innovare, I-N-O-V-A-R-E. That's right, and the innovation started right when the mankind came on this. And I would just run through 2-3 slides, which here it is, I think, yes. Okay, so I mean, innovation is not an event. It is a continuous process. It doesn't happen. Discovery happens, but innovation is a process. It is a continuous thing. And what is the difference between discovery, invention, and innovation?
Can I explain?
Please go ahead. The difference between discovery, innovation, and
invention is something which you invented first time, and innovation is when you have added something in that to commercialize the goods for the consumer, and discovery is something which you discover, but that is not a fact.
Oh, no. Discover what you do.
which
May I,
existed.
sir?
Yes,
Discovery.
it existed, but it is a fact. Don't say that which is not a fact. You are partially right that yes, you discovered it was something existing. You did not invent. You only discovered it was existing.
Yes. I only discovered. Yes.
Sir,
Okay.
innovation means commercial introduction of a new product into the new market.
It is not necessarily, yes, commercialization of an invention is also a definition of innovation. Innovation has got many definitions. So one of the definition is commercializing of invention is innovation. Okay, whatever it is, I will run through 2-3 slides how mankind innovated. Just to see. I mean, millions of years when mankind came, they first found distant gears for hunting, so on and so forth. And so innovation continued. It's not that. Yeah, carry on. Please tell. Somebody was asking.
Yeah, I feel discovery, what you said, that discovery is something which you discover, like you find it out, you obtain from out of the box, like anywhere you get anything new, that is discovery. New might be, for you it might be new. Invention is what you invent by adding on like few basic concepts, you invent a new thing. And innovation is when you add on extra things as per commercialization or as per advancement. Just for example, I'll give discovery was discovery of India, for example. Vasco da Gama discovered India. He found India at one place. Finding it out, that is discovery according to me. Invention is when you invent wheel, for example, first time it was invented for benefit of society, and then advancement, innovation came when like tires came out, and nowadays innovation is.
Tire also was first invented.
Pardon?
Tire also in the beginning was invented.
Yes, sir. When add-ons get added to the invention, that is innovation.
Actually, it is not necessarily in our management language. It is not necessarily only add-on. You can go on adding on, and it may remain in your R&D department.
Innovation again and again, yes.
until and unless, actually, in management terms, in our business terms, we call innovation when the invention gets commercialized, when the invention gets adopted, when the invention diffuses into market. Yeah, someone wants to speak? He or she.
Yes. Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Upasana from
Yes,
Rajasthan.
go ahead.
Invention is an act creating something that had not existed. Whereas we can say innovation is a process of making changes in something that is already established or in order to improve it. Whereas discovery is just finding or identifying something which
No,
has
that's
already
right. All of you are right. I am only trying to tell that yes, innovation is something doing on your invention or even on something totally new. But in our management parlance, I'm talking, or business parlance, we connect it with the commercialization. We connect it with the market. Okay, so these I will just. This is one of the things. I don't know how many of you have read my book on innovation and entrepreneurship, or I have plenty of articles in innovation quotient, the disruptive innovation, etc. So this is, I really love this sentence which I had coined in my book in 2019. Do you agree, disagree?
Agree, sir, agree.
Why do you agree?
Because you have explained.
Innovation without entrepreneurship has no fruit. Why I am telling this is there are plenty of innovation today. For example, there are billions, not in millions, but billions of patents. But all of them are not in use. The company, whether corporate entrepreneur or a startup, many of the, in so entrepreneurship is needed to bring out that innovation into market. And innovation can be anywhere. It is not necessarily business. It can be in nations, kingdoms, organizations, teaching institutions, university, anywhere. Innovation can be in any field. It is not necessarily, generally we connect it with technology or technological innovation, but innovation can be in market, innovation can be in HR, innovation can be in business model. Can you tell me some other areas also of innovation? Think and tell me some other areas of innovation than what is written here in this slide. Come on.
In the pharmaceutical line.
Yes, so that is also business, pharmaceutical business, pharma business,
In
agriculture can be, yeah?
In process design, sir. Innovation can be made in process design, sir.
Yeah, process design also, but
In
that is also...
value additions, in value analysis part, that also.
You are absolutely right, but those again relate to business and industry. I'm talking, whatever I have mentioned on this slide, go beyond. There can be innovation even beyond the terminology I have used. Process, business, industry, economic.
Sorry, sir, I am interrupting you, but we are not able to see the slideshow.
You are not able to see this slide?
Yes,
Why?
sir.
No,
Yes, sir. Slides are not visible, sir.
Okay, let me try again. Why it is not visible? Good, you interrupted. Good, you said. पहले slide खोलना है. ये तो slide share हो गया. Open share tray. अच्छा यहाँ. Okay, sorry. Share. This is the slide. Are you able to see now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
This is
sir.
in the
Now it's
innovation
visible.
phases. Yes.
Okay, so here I have mentioned about innovation in business, industry, economies, kingdoms, nations, villages, cities. What else could be? What other field there could be innovation? Come on. Use your mind. Do a bit of thinking.
In the environment, sir.
Environment, yes. Environment means ecology, you mean to say?
Yes, sir.
Ecology,
This is
beyond
human psychological part, sir. Human
social,
psychological part, sir.
there are
Way we think.
nowadays, there is a lot of emphasis on social innovation.
Yes, sir.
And can you give me some examples of social innovation? Can anyone give me some example of social innovation? Yeah.
Sir, recently I had attended.
Bank is an example of social.
One person at a time, please raise your hand. And
Am I
then,
audible, sir?
yes,
Hello.
yes, I am. You are audible.
Sir, recently I had attended one FDP of social enterprise management only, and there I came to know about the something which they are actually making out of cow dung. So they are utilizing that particular cow dung into some different elements and products and all those things, even in services also, and they are making out of it, and they are giving it to the society.
No, that is all right. It is partly social, partly business also. If they are selling, social entrepreneurs are obviously their main object is to serve the society, but they can survive only if they are economically viable. But social innovations are basically meant for changing the society. Livelihood provision, education innovation, all those are termed as a social innovation. But I will rush through these things and I will come to the what is main topic, adaptation of innovation. So this is my another pet slogan: innovate or get inundated. Dinosaurs do not exist; other creatures exist still because they continuously innovated. Businesses today, earlier businesses used to survive thousands years, 200 years, 500 years. Today, Fortune 500 list 25% of the business gets wiped out every year. Why? Because they don't innovate. They are static. So either you innovate or get inundated. What we are going to do? This was just to, warm up. But today, what I have been asked is talking to you about adoption of innovation, innovation strategy, and execution of innovation strategy. So this is what we are going to talk about. Now here, how innovation, these are chips. I have taken on to 1993. After that, there is a big disruption. Today we are talking of biochip. How many of you remember Moore's law? How many of you remember Moore's law? Anybody remembers Moore's law? Come on, yeah, you all are management teachers or management researchers. Michael Moore, naam suna hai? Have you heard the name of Michael Moore? Gordon Moore, I'm sorry, he's Gordon Moore, not Michael Moore. Gordon Moore. Actually, he's from Intel and he was the one who propounded that the chip, the price will go half and the capacity will double every year. It went on, but now silica wafer on which it was being done. Innovations after innovation has come to an synthetic point, and now we are thinking of biochips. And biochip is, cancer. What is cancer? How many of you? I mean, why cancer propagates in body? Anybody?
Lack of B12 vitamin, sir.
Lack of?
B12 vitamin.
No, that can be one of the reasons, but what is it? What is cancer?
It is abnormal cell growth, sir.
Absolutely right. It is abnormal cell
growth.
Which is contained in bacteria. It goes on growing. It goes on growing. Same thing we are trying now for this microprocessor, that we take a biochip, and that bio we put in such cells which goes on growing, and therefore we can go on embedding more and more and more data on that chip. But that was an example from the book. This is I had worked in the steel industry for a long time before coming to automobile industry. And do you know that today which country is the biggest steel producer? Today, which country is the biggest steel producer?
China, sir.
China, you are right. But earlier, it was Europe, then it became USA was the biggest steel producer. US Steel and Bethlehem Steel Plant, these were the two biggest steel producers. But today they are nowhere. Because somewhere they lost their way of innovation. They only went on increasing the capacity. And they were overtaken by Japanese integrated mills and Korean integrated mills who adopted innovations in the process. As some of you had rightly told, that innovation can be both in the process as well as in the product. But these innovations again lasted for some time till again Nucor or North Steel they found a totally new way of producing steel by recycling through arc furnace. And even this Japanese and Korean went down, though still Korea and Japan produces steel, but India really produces now more than them. Not that India is a big innovator, but it has simply added capacity. And by acquiring, especially Tata Steel, acquired Chorus, which has got plant in Netherlands and UK. There they got the technology latest, and that is how they are growing. But when these steel guys were doing, who are the main consumers of steel? Who are the main consumers of steel? Come on, I want answer from someone. Who are the main consumers of steel?
Railway.
Railway, yes, they are one.
Construction industry.
Construction industry, that's right.
Automobiles.
Hello.
Yeah, construction, railway.
Hello.
Anybody else?
Automobile industry.
Hello.
The biggest consumer today is not railway or construction, it is automobile.
Hello.
Those are changing depending upon.
Hello, sir. Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
Sir, it is a sincere request to the organizer to mute the Archana Kinagi, who is a lot of background music is there.
Absolutely. May I request the organizers to really, actually everybody of you, please unmute yourself, and whenever you want to speak, at that time you unmute and speak. Okay? And even the organizers, may I request, because from Ludhiana background this particular beep is coming. Thank you. So, automobile.
Some Archana is not muted herself.
Yes. Archana Kinagi is there, who is unmuted herself and lot of background noise.
Yeah.
Actually, she is traveling, I think.
Yes.
And she has somehow logged in the.
Okay, so shall we proceed now that background noise has gone? So you people are right that automobile, railways, construction, these are the major users of steel. So you know, when these steel plants were looking to innovate, totally new industry, aluminium industry, Alcoa, Alcan, they started producing sheets for automobile and many of the steel parts got replaced by aluminium. And when this was happening, I'm sure since you are management, all of you must have heard the name of Jack Welch. Have you heard the name of Jack Welch? Jack Welch of General Electric? No one? Jack Welch, sitting at that time, he was in GE Plastics in Netherlands. He just thought that if aluminium can get into automobile, why not plastics? And then in the automobile, a lot of innovation took place in plastics to suit the requirement, and the properties were developed, innovations took place, and finally a lot of plastics came into use in the automobile. You must be finding in your automobile cars, etc., the plastics. But as you know, after steel, I have been in automobile industry for a long time. Am I audible? This platform I don't like. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, good. So I was in automobile industry, you know, in a company called Scooters India Limited. And there we were producing scooters or cycles with 2-stroke. And then I just started thinking that it is so much fuel is unburnt and it goes out in the tailpipe. Will it last long? So I thought that no, 4-stroke, which was already in Japan, is likely to take over. And that is what exactly happened. Hero Honda came and it killed all other motorcycles. They were 4-stroke engines, whereby fuel burning was complete and therefore there was less of pollution. But even 4-stroke, finally, we thought, and these are all idea generation or creativity stage that you have done. In my mind came that finally it will be CNG or propane, and then it will be taken over maybe by battery. Even CNG or LPG, they also produce some CO2 because that is, they have higher proportion of hydrogen, lesser proportion of carbon, but still they emit and they pollute. Therefore, electric vehicle or this will come, and this thought made me really develop this idea for our company. Our strategy that we are making a scooter, we should do to 3-wheeler, and this exhaust emission itself can be made a business. And this business can be through CNG, LPG. If we prepare electric vehicle again, this can provide a business of battery leasing, battery charging, environmental, because electric vehicle uses battery, and when we would discard the battery, there is environmental problem. So this again can provide opportunity for business and adaptation of these different fields, and these different innovation and technology could create more and more business. So this is what we thought, and accordingly, we created the first electric 3-wheeler of the world. Today, government is talking of electric vehicles, but this we had done in the beginning of 1990s. It was such a crude thing. All the battery was below these seats. You are seeing some battery here, some battery was here, some battery is below this seat. And this vehicle, again, I will talk to an adaptation, but people were really scared. And when I did try out, because when we talk of innovation, again, it has a process. There is gestation, there is then trial, then there is adaptation, then there is purchase. But when I asked my marketing people to really tell it, try its possibility, its marketability, they took it, and after some days they say, sir, this vehicle will not sell, it is not sellable. So I said, why? They said, sir, nobody sits, nobody wants to come. And I don't know how many of you have been to Lucknow. The railway station is called Charbagh. So I said, you put in the railway station when passengers come, they are after all taking three-wheelers to go to their places. They will use this. So they put it 1-2 days, they waited, nobody sat. So they came and they narrated me, sir, it is not being accepted by the consumer, nobody wants to sit in. So I said, why? Then I said, okay, let me come. So next day I took about my 10-15 people from R&D and marketing and went to the station. Took the platform ticket and came out with them. And then we started talking. So to some I said, they were going to other vehicles, Bajaj and other tempo, my own Vikram diesel vehicle. But nobody came on this. Then I started telling, chaliye uspe baiठte hain. Then some of the consumers said, "Arey, usme nahi baithna hai, current maar dega." So this is how society reacts. I mean, it is not your product, your technology, your great technology, your great innovation, but it is the acceptance by the society. That is how, if society doesn't accept, then your innovation doesn't diffuse, your innovation doesn't get adopted. So next day, what I did, I took still more people, about 30-40 of us went to the station, and when next train arrived, along with passengers, we came out, we talked amongst ourselves, and we sat on this, and we went to our destination. Next day, instead of one, we put 2, 3. Then people got used to, then people started seeing that it doesn't have any sound, it's so smooth ride. And then there was a big queue. People would wait for electric vehicle to come, and then they will ride. That is how it came. But this was what I would call a disruption from petrol and diesel vehicle. It was a disruption, electric vehicle. But then we improved it. It was looking ugly. So we improved, gave a more streamlined body. This is again innovation, what some of you told, that on invention, if you do something more, you add on, then that is called innovation. So this innovation, of course, there was innovation, but this innovation is what we call incremental innovation. And this type of vehicle, I think we sold more than 6,000. Even in Delhi, the Phat that was running between Connaught Place and Lal Killa was replaced by this during Sheila Dikshit's government. About 200 vehicles were pumped in Delhi, but more in Kathmandu, Nepal. There only we had learned this technology, because some Scandinavian countries were doing a project, say Himalayas, where they were just replacing all petrol and diesel vehicles with electric. But the adaptation is also called diffusion of innovation. And after this, when this was on, in 2002, I remember Bill Clinton visited India, and he had addressed the whole earth on Earth Day. So I was talking to my minister, then Sikandar Waqt was my minister, that we were just making some casual talks on vehicle designs and EV. Then I said, sir, we have made electric vehicles, and we are three-wheelers are already on road, and we are trying to develop cars. Then he said, come on, you never told, show me. So I showed him this. He said, send the vehicle to I will come to Lucknow to see. He never came. Then he said, send the vehicle to Delhi. They saw this vehicle. And then he said, okay, Bill Clinton is coming and an electric vehicle is being flown from America for him because in Taj, diesel or petrol vehicle cannot go. So I said, sir, we have got vehicle. He said, okay, let me see, but can't you improve it? It looks very ugly. Not good. So I said, sir, we shall try, but when he is arriving, tell me the date when you want. So we got 15 days time only for the visit. Then we did an innovation, and this was the car or the three-wheeler that took Clinton around Taj, because in Taj you can't take any diesel or electric vehicle. And he had come with his daughter, Chelsea. So when the visit was over, I asked Chelsea that how was the vehicle? Oh, wonderful. I like that blue one. But when I asked, but what? But it had only three wheels. In USA, you don't have three wheels. Italy, Spain, Mediterranean, Europe had most of the three-wheelers. So they had never seen, and it was a big surprise to them. But anyway, this was, again, an incremental innovation. There was an innovation, and later on, this was the model that we sold. But unfortunately, my successor didn't believe in electric vehicle, and the company went down, and now to the extent that today it has been closed. So if you don't innovate, you don't exist. Innovation is that important. But technical innovation alone cannot take you far. You need also to make it diffuse into market, make it adopted by the consumers. So here I am showing you an EU model of innovation and adaptation, and what you will find that whatever we may talk of robots today or artificial intelligence or industry 4.0, at the base of everything are human resources. Inventions or innovations come out of human mind. It's not the machine. It's technology. Where from technology comes? It is from the human mind. So I would consider source of every innovation as well as adaptation comes from the human mind. And obviously, the process is entrepreneurship. After you have done your invention, your innovation, this knowledge building, I should have put an arrow here. This and this brings finally to this, and the reverse arrow here. Through entrepreneurship, you finally make that innovation adopted by the society, by the market. Now, a survey was made. This was, I think, Ernst & Young who had made this survey, and where from innovations come in the companies. 60% comes from internal employees, 50% from your technology partners, then channel and business model partners, 44% custom, and you don't add up this. Some of them may be overlapping, so addition will not make 100, it will make much more. So any questions? I would like you people to interrupt me wherever you find that you need some explanation, you have some questions, you can always stop me, okay?
So hi sir, there is not a question, but generally when we start with any kind of product innovation, apprehension is in the mind of the person who is doing whether my product will be successful or not, it will be adopted or not. Like you were sharing in your story that adopting initially was difficult. So at the initially such kind of I'm to say thoughts sometimes overpower your creativity and innovation. How we should overcome all those issues?
Okay. So there are two things. Incremental innovation generally doesn't cost you more, and incremental innovations, even if it fails, you don't lose much. But radical innovation or disruptive innovation, you really require deep pockets. What happens is some of the disruptions come from startup, but those disruptions are more on the side of technology or invention. And obviously, as you said very rightly, there is a fear, and fear is very right because 80% of the startups fail. And the startups also it's not innovation per se, but adoption of innovation that makes you succeed. For adaptation, you need to really know human, you need to know market, you need to know finances. And I will come later. In adoption, there is something called the chasm for any product. And especially when the product is high value, the chasm is bigger, and there you require deeper pockets. And that's what happens when it is individual startup, that many of the startups with good invention, finally they sell out their company. Or even what happens, that even if some of them do not sell out, they start getting funding from angels, then from venture capital. And venture capitalists I call vulture capitalists. They eat you up. They go on taking your share, and the moment you become a minority shareholder, then you are an employee, you are no more the owner of the company. But even then you can make money. So fear is genuine, and therefore if you don't have deep pockets, if you don't have deep networks, then it's better to limit to incremental innovation. The disruptive things, it is corporates with deep pockets that they introduce in market. Have I answered your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
You know, earlier our strategic management used to say only innovation, innovative performance, and flexibility was another buzzword. But I want to take you, I will skip these slides because we don't have much time. I will come straight to this place. Strategy. And then go back. First, let me come to strategy.
There are certain persons who have raised their hands. Do you have any question to ask? Rajiv.
Please go ahead. Please ask questions. Anybody has any question, I will be happy to really interact. Go ahead.
Any question, participants?
Who has raised the question?
Continue, sir. Continue.
Okay. So I will slightly go and come back again to adoption, because these things are really very much interrelated. You always have a strategy, whether you are standalone, a startup organization, or a big corporate. And for a strategy, you must have read the resource-based view, that companies are a bundle of resources, and these resources are tangible and intangible. Tangible resources are your plant, machinery, money, all that. But intangible is the human being, the IPRs, the trademarks, copyright, so on and so forth. And these resources create capability in you, and some of the capability becomes your core competence. And this core competence finally gives you competitive advantage. And whether you are a startup or you are a big corporate, you have to really compete in the market. So this resource-based theory of Penrose was transformed by Prahlad and Hamel into theory of core competency. And what he said in the beginning, that was in 1984, that companies need to use their capability to develop core competence. But then after years, and especially after liberalization, what he found that any competence is always copied by your competitors. And Ludhiana and Coimbatore are very famous for copying anything from anywhere in the world they can produce. So then Prahlad changed his core competence theory and he said the only core competency that a company can have is the capability to innovate. So innovation capability to innovate is the only core competence. And companies must have strategy to do innovation, and further they must have innovation strategy. Okay? Then I now go back to that you must have an innovation strategy, and that innovation strategy must also include the innovation adaptation strategy. So it's not only that innovation, you do new product and improve processes here, processes and product, but really you need to get into finally its adaptation. And for that, there are two types. One we call firm level innovation, firm oriented innovation, where you can innovate your business model, you can innovate your marketing, you can innovate your chart. But second is product oriented innovation, where we really make innovation in the product or the processes to produce that product. And this could be continuous, could be dynamically continuous, could be discontinuous. These are the three types. Examples. If you don't ask question, I will ask you a question. Why we say cell phone discontinuous innovation? Why we talk FM, MP3, etc. dynamically continuous? Discontinuous or disruptive? Come on. I want participants to give some time and answer to my question. See, from our landline cell phone to cell phone, this was one-time disruption and then just stopped. Now within this disruption, we are going on further what we call continuous innovation or incremental type of innovation. Here it can be incremental model. How many types of innovation are there? I am not going to speak till I get answer. You had your sessions on innovation earlier. Innovation concepts, creativity. Either you answer, you tell you don't know, that is also an answer. How many types of innovations are there? Raise your hand. Come on. Okay, faculty, research scholars. How many research scholars are there in this? Sonia or the organizers?
Sir, research scholars are less. Most of them are faculty.
And research scholars, 2, 3, anybody doing research in innovation?
Sir, actually, we couldn't able to unmute. That's why we are not speaking, sir.
Okay, you are speaking
now,
that.
Now we got the.
What you do, you raise your hand
Yeah,
Then
I have
the
raised the hand,
organizers
sir.
will unmute you. You raise your
Sir,
hand.
posting in the chat box also. We are posting the answers when we are muted. We are posting in the chat box.
Okay. Chat box.
Sir,
I am.
types of innovation you are talking about, sir.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Tell me.
One is, sir, incremental innovation. Another is,
Absolutely
sir,
right.
disruptive innovation.
Right.
Another is a radical innovation.
Radical and disruptive are in one category, but yes, these are two different words.
Yeah,
What
and
else?
another is also, sir, architectural innovation.
Absolutely right. Architectural.
Yes, sir.
There is also another which is called modular.
Okay. Okay, sir.
But what is it? What is modular innovation? Can you give an example?
सुबीर, जैसे ही ये माइक खुलता है कुछ लोग जो है डिसिप्लिन करने लगते हैं सर. अरे देख रहे हैं आप?
To the participants, see, we want to that's why we are forced to mute.
I would request organizers to kindly unmute everybody, and whoever raises hand, unmute him or her.
Shani, please keep yourself muted. Shani.
So my question is, please give me example of a modular innovation.
Can it be a modular kitchen?
Yeah, modular kitchen. So what is there? Yes, modular kitchen means what?
Yeah, it is composed by interchangeable components, sir. Modular innovation. Example of modular innovation can be the modular products, any kind of it might be the modular kitchen or anything that is composed of interchangeable components.
Not necessarily interchangeable. It can be interchangeable. It can be addition. Like from one SIM, if you add yet another SIM.
Yeah, but this may allow customers to customize, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
like
convertible refrigerators can be the example, sir.
Absolutely. Cars, you take. Earlier it was a basic car. You added a module of radio. You added another module of, let's say, air conditioner. You added yet another model of Wi-Fi into it. You can add another model of
customize, repair, or reuse. We can reuse the products.
It is not from the angle of reusing. This definition has come from the angle of adding new modules or replacing some modules. In kitchen, as it was said, modular kitchen means one module you can take out, another module you can put there. You can add yet another module. That is how we call modular kitchen. And what is architectural innovation?
Can I speak, sir?
Sure, go ahead.
Sir, you are in the second dynamic continuous innovation, you have written camera. So now we have a camera in our home also. That is, you can say the modular in security purpose. Camera.
You have added another module to your house. Yes, you have. But I am now asking modular part we have discussed. I am asking architectural innovation.
Reconfiguration of existing products, sir.
Architectural innovation.
Yeah, it is the reconfiguration of existing products, sir.
Absolutely right. Example.
Tunnel bridge.
Tunnel bridge. See, there are many examples. Car, generally engine is front. If you put the engine at the back, as it is in the Volkswagen Beetle, so it is architecture you are changing. Fans, you really hang from the ceiling, but instead of hanging from ceiling, if you put on the side walls, so you are changing the architecture.
Electric vehicles.
Beg your pardon?
Electric vehicles.
Electric vehicle from petrol or diesel is a discontinuous or disruptive innovation. But within electrical vehicle, if you change the position of battery, If you change the position of configuration of motor, controller, then that becomes architectural innovation.
Sir, laser printer to the 3D printer, or where we can print the color and black and white.
Yeah, but that is also an architectural, but it's a package. Laser printer, if you put certain button on, it is already built in. You are not bringing an innovation. That is already an innovated product where there is modular innovation, there is architectural innovation, there is also process innovation, product innovation. But in functionality, you are only changing the button from black and white to color. So that is already in place, those innovations. Am I clear? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, how do we go about this innovation and its diffusion or its adaptation? Obviously, you start with a problem, you want to solve that problem, then you select technology, try to find out solution. Here also, here you search through various inventions already, technology selection, they are available. Then in developing the solution, you are doing your part of innovation on the existing thing that is there. And finally, you are crystallizing here is the adaptation of what innovation you make. And this you get through various things. Because should we make, or these are the things for the company to look. Will this create, if any problem, will it create competitive advantage? I mean, before you jump into, as somebody said, that we are afraid that we invest and it may not be adopted. So you put these questions, and for this, sometimes you do market survey, sometimes you do technology survey. Then obviously from the technologies, which one to bet on? Should that innovation be bought or within the company? And then how do we execute and how do we propagate it into market? And for any innovation adoption, there are these two cycles, technology cycle and market cycle. Please go through carefully. And if you have any questions, ask. Otherwise, I will ask you questions.
Sir, my question is not exactly related to this slide, but my question is that in Indian context, we are far behind in terms of the innovation, or and the reason behind of this, that adaptation problem or any other thing, sir?
See, all over the world, and especially in USA, if you see latest patents, the maximum is from Indians and Chinese. So Indians are second to none in innovation. It is only question of, again, the environment, the external environment, the availability of finance, and then when we say the, just like seeds to grow into good plant, you need fertilizer, water, pesticides to protect them. Likewise, innovators in India really need inputs. Those inputs are technological, social, policy, external environment. That is where we lack. I won't say that Indian engineers or technicians or doctors, innovation or agriculturists, they are second to anyone. But yes, the innovation climate around us is very poor.
Yes, sir. Very true, sir. Very true. But sir, like what we Indians do, that if any product or services has developed in the other country, especially in Western country kind of, and that product or service will come to the India on later stage, then we are very much able to adopt these things. But when we start from our soil, then uh, it takes time to adopt in the market. Why it is so?
Yes, that is the psychology of the customer, and it was so. It has changed after 1990s very much. For example, since I am an automobilist, man, I always on my mouth examples from automobile comes. In India, there were only two cars, if you remember. It was Ambassador and Fiat. Your father or uncle, their time, these were the only two cars in India. Ambassador was discarded Landmaster in UK, and Fiat was discarded version of Fiat in Italy. What they discarded came here. This gave us all dies, machines, tools, and we went on producing. And the saying was that if you book a car, I'm talking of 60s, 70s, then your son or daughter will get the car, you will not get in your lifetime. You had to book a car and wait. Or you had to pull the strings in government or in the factory or some politician to get out of turn those cars. And if it was a scooter, then even your son or grandson will not get it, will be your grandson. Why it was happening? Because we had capacity constraint. Hindustan Motor was not allowed to make more than 12,000 cars a year. Fiat was not allowed to make more than 12,000 key. Bajaj Auto was not allowed to make more than 24,000 scooters, so on and so forth. So our external environment, we were choking our industry. We were choking our scientists and engineers to innovate. Today, India, and about Ambassador, I had attended one of the AGMs of Hindustan Motor, where G.D. Birla was presiding. One of the shareholders told, I mean, what's the dividend and what the G.D. Birla said. By G.D. Birla, people used to address him Babu. They said, Babu, आप जो कहते हो सब मैं मानता हूँ, लेकिन बाबू एक बात आपको बुरा लगेगा, लेकिन मुझे कहने की इजाजत दो. तो वो बोले, बाबू आपके ये एम्बेसडर गाड़ी में सब कुछ बोलता है सिवाय हॉर्न के. So that was the type of quality. But the moment you freed, you removed the shackles, through that cars came, Hondas came. In motorcycle, we had Hero, Honda, we had Bajaj, Kawasaki, XYZ for it. But when we separated, Hero and Honda separated, Hero is competing very well with Honda. And Hero motorcycles export from India is more than Honda sale of India. Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir. Very, very true, sir.
Bajaj scooter, Bajaj Auto Limited is exporting much more than its parent who had given technology, Piaggio of Italy. So Indian firms also are growing, Indian innovation. For example, Godrej Chota Cool is all over the world. So small innovations of India also is now getting global. Take landing on Mars. India landed in the first attempt at a cost of, I don't remember exactly, 1/10 of the cost of what American moon mission, Mars mission had taken. What we call frugal innovation. Our innovations, obviously, because the capital, we lack very much. So in the Indian context, whoever wants creativity is very much welcome. It is innovation, and as I said, it is my pet word, innovate or get inundated. Well, it applies to startup, it applies to company, it applies to countries. Countries also have to be innovative. I don't know, I don't want to pass on any judgment on political thing, but even politics, there is innovation. Even electoral fighting, elections, there has been a lot of innovations in the process of fighting elections. So have I answered your question? Can I proceed?
May I ask a question, sir?
Sure, go ahead.
Sir, recently you said that we are second to none as far as the innovation is concerned. Indians are second to none.
As far as innovation capability is concerned.
Yeah, as far as innovation capability is concerned, but the ecosystem is very poor.
Absolutely.
Sir, as far as the ecosystem is concerned, there are a number of participants which constitute the ecosystem. If I only concentrate only the HEIs or higher educational institutes, sir, your comments on that in what way they can contribute to strengthen it?
Okay, higher educational institute can contribute a lot because world over, lot of innovation comes from universities and this. And I, as the CEO of my then company, used to give a lot of work to this electric vehicle, even innovations and diesel engines, etc., to IIT Kanpur. And their student and my engineer will work together and do. But unfortunately, we don't have such industry and educational institution collaboration. I find industry is going in one direction, technical education institution, and especially engineering education, barring leaving IITs and NITs, most of the engineering colleges are defunct. When I go and see their labs, they have got steam engines and all those, which is now a garbage. So it's a pathetic condition. One needs to really bring them update to today's technology level. We are producing students. I mean, it is the individual capacity of the student that finally they catch up when they join some organization or SPIJET. But most of the 80% of the Indian engineering colleges, technical education institutions are giving very poor education. Very less input on R&D, very less input on innovation. And I don't know what new education policy will do. There is an attempt. We are also trying to interpret the policy has come, but when it will get implemented, we have still to wait and watch. And then how it gets implemented, that is also an issue. Higher education institutions can contribute by updating themselves. And for updating themselves, they require both technology and finance. Whether it is government institution or private institution, both of them are starved of finance. Not only for their laboratories, their equipments, technologies, hardware, software, but also in terms of hiring very good faculty who are really interested in research and development. And for example, how many, yes, in IT and IT system, there are now patents. But if you go to normal engineering colleges affiliated to the university, how many patents they get every year? And getting patent is only invention. Innovation is beyond that. So these weaknesses need to be removed. And there is one very common saying in strategic management where my moorings are, that if you can't compete, cooperate.
Yes.
But even unfortunately, institutions do not cooperate between themselves. They don't share their resources. तो ये सारी चीजें, these are more social issues, financial issues. Technology we can buy, we can develop technology. There are two sources. One is through buying, second is through own development. But initial Even if the example I gave you between Hero Honda and now Hero Motor Company separately and Honda CL separately, earlier Hero Group collaborated with Honda. Over a period of 10, 20 years, they got the technology. Now they have got their own R&D, a big R&D sector. Take Tatas. Tatas were in the automobile sector, they were known only for trucks. They took a big bet on Tata Nano, innovated, they defined very well that the car should be from outside, it should look much smaller than Maruti 800. Inside, it should have same space as Maruti 800. Functionally, it should give more petrol XYZ, and it should be produced within 1 lakh. These were the parameters engineers did, they developed, but the consumers did not adopt all that. I think it was 18 billion rupees that went down the drain. But then company had deep pocket. From there they have learnt, and now they are into car. Nobody thought that against the multinational car companies, Tatas will survive. Today you see Tata Motors shares are galloping. Their sales are increasing. No doubt Maruti is still Maruti Suzuki. Now Maruti has become Suzuki. Suzuki is still #1 car manufacturers and exported from India. But Tatas also have got now a grounding. Okay. So when I say innovation, what I was telling this particular slide, say innovation has got two aspects. Innovation can be also done through imitation. See, innovation can be something totally new for the world. Innovation can be at my country level. For example, where Hero Honda motorcycle came for India, it was an innovation. For Japan, it was not an innovation. They only did adaptation for India. They did, engine acclimatization for high temperature functioning. So they had done incremental innovation before they put the product into India. But in Indian context, the Hero Honda Motor Company, Hero Honda, imitated whatever was there. So for India, it was an innovation. For that company, it was innovation. For the consumers in India, it was an innovation. It was an innovative product. And on the demand side, since it fulfilled the requirement, it was very fast, it was adopted. Whether it was Hero Honda's motorcycle or Maruti Suzuki car. So drivers obviously is the demand, drivers are always the consumers, and then there is the process of innovation. Finally, you have got the output, the products or the processes. I will skip these things. There are two routes of innovation. One is called technology push and second is called market pull. And this is the matrix. These are the products, these are the innovation which have been done on account of technology push. These are the innovation that have been done because of market pull. Now, what do you think one should do? This particular innovation is somewhere in between. So what should be the strategy of companies or the firms? My question to you is, there are two types of innovation that you already know. One is called technology push, second is market pull. And I'm giving you also some examples like cell phone was a technology push. Apple i11 or i12 is a technology push. Market pull was the scooter or moped. People wanted to graduate from cycle, they wanted to move longer distance. So what do you think? What should company try? Market pull or technology push?
Both are required, sir.
Both are required. So in which context what? Yes, you are right, both are required.
For example, technology push. So without technology, we cannot go further, sir. And at the same time, if you have the technology, there should be market for that, and you have to identify the needs of the market, and you go by that also.
So what do you do first? Both you can't do simultaneously.
It is
Yes,
technology.
start with market. Start
We
with
start-
market feedback. Yes, please continue.
It starts with technology because your previous slide spoke the same about the stimulation. So first, according to me, it should be technology, then it should be the market.
No, that is the process. But where do I start? Where do I start putting my money?
It is as the previous, one of the participants said, definitely it should be the market.
Yeah, if you want quicker results, if you don't have deeper pocket, if you don't have billions of dollars, then better to go for market pull, study the market, see what consumers need, and then try to develop that technology. But if you have very deep pocket to change the market, you want to disrupt the market, you want to change the market structure, market segments, you want to create a new segment in the market, then you go with technology push. Both types are being done in India, abroad, all over the world, but it depends upon, again, the ecosystem of innovation, the availability of funds, the networks, so on and so forth. This we have discussed, so I will skip incremental, modular, radical, or this all I will skip. Any question on this?
Sir, what is the difference between globalization and technology integration?
They are two totally different constructs. Globalization, what happened in 1990s, that we had World Trade Organization, all the countries accepted to remove the trade barriers, and the objective was that the goods and services should flow across the boundary of the nations smoothly, safely, and efficiently. That was the objective of globalization. Whereas technology integration, I will give you an example. What cell phone do you have? What mobile phone you possess?
Vivo.
Vivo. Okay, which model?
Y12.
Y12. So what are various features of your phone?
Everything except the tag of Apple.
Okay, everything. So you tell me, what are the functions it can do?
It's a 3 camera, it's a 2 SIM and Wi-Fi portable, and everything what you need in a mobile that has been included in the mobile.
Okay,
except the tag of Apple.
Good. So how much did you pay for that?
I paid only 10,000 rupees.
10,000. What is its weight?
Its weight is around 50 gram.
50 grams. If you take 50 grams of silver, how much will you pay?
It's around 3,000.
3,000. Why did you pay 10,000?
Yes.
It is not silver. It is made of so many plastics.
But silver will not allow you to allow me to communicate and to be remain in the market but
No.
mobile will do the same.
You are absolutely right. So what we are paying for is the technology, not for the goods material. You are paying that 10,000. I'm talking silver as just a benchmark. Most of the thing is either steel or copper. There may be some very micro things of silver in soldering. So if I take the material cost of that phone, it may be a few hundreds, but with 10,000. Why? Because of this technology ingrained in it. And it is not one technology. There is a camera technology, there is a battery, so battery technology, there is a SIM technology, there is Wi-Fi technology, there are software technology. So all these technologies are integrated into that phone.
Yes.
Okay? So are you clear now?
Yes. Can I add one more word in this? You have explained very nicely.
Sure, you can.
Because I am a professor here at the School of Management Sciences and teaching the globalization. So what I am going to add in this, that globalization is also a world integrated market. Am I right?
Yes, yes, that is another way of
If you see the one portion of globalization, that is technology. So we are also integrating technology worldwide.
Then what is your name?
Dr. Amit Kumar Khare.
Okay, so Amit, then I would like to tell you that slightly I will make it little more clear to you. In the globalization process, we had agreement on agriculture. There was one thing called TRIPS, trade related intellectual properties.
Yes.
And all technology issues are dealt through TRIPS in globalization.
Yes, through TRIPS. Yes, you are right.
Okay.
Okay,
so
sir.
let me move further.
Okay, sir.
I will skip this slide. Okay. These are the two main drivers we have been talking. Market factors, they decide market pull. Input factors, they decide technology push. Okay. Any questions?
No, sir.
Technology push. Okay. This I will skip, we have talked. Okay. So how innovation gets adopted? We call it S curve of adaptation or diffusion. Some books use the word diffusion of tech innovation. That how the innovation diffuses into market. This is what I mean, marketing people also talk, technology people also talk, innovation people also talk it. Early adopters 2.5%, 13%, wheat, whatever, laggards. Beyond laggards, there are also some people who never accept that product. That is also a type person. So what happens? You have innovated a product. By the time your majority comes, it has saturated and your innovation starts giving you no result. It starts declining because a new innovation comes. A new incremental innovation has come. This, innovation course also teaches this, marketing course also teaches this. Okay, any question? You agree, disagree? If you disagree, kindly let me know. So no reaction, I move forward. So these are the 6 steps for adoption. Now in this particular adoption process, I would like you to tell on which particular front did Tata Nano fail in adoption?
Sir, please repeat your question.
These are the 6 steps for adoption of an innovation. Fine. Tata Nano was an innovative product. So on which stage did it fail?
4 and 5, sir.
Between 4 and 5?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Interest.
It is 3, sir. It is 3 evaluation.
Sir, it is 2. Interest. People do not have interest.
After launching of Tata Nano, there are several new models they have launched in subsequent years or subsequent times. And they have...
let us forget about other models. Let us be specific on Tata Nano.
No, in Tata Nano, sir.
What
in Tata
was
Nano itself, sir. In Tata Nano itself, they have started with one model.
Okay, then they are not different products. They are called variant. They are different variants.
Variant.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Different products.
So at stage 3. At stage 3, probably customer could not evaluate and the utility of the product, and that's why the product failed. Customer did not find out whether the nano is as useful as so that it can be bought. So that's how the product failed, because it did not match the psyche of the customer that they are buying something, a vehicle which is providing them the right utility.
Okay, anybody else?
Sir, but
sir, may I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
Many customers
Sir, what happened? There is a fixed market of the car in India. So people are very choosy in automobile sector. So they have not taken the interest, and it was a only 600cc car. And I also went there in the Tata showroom, and I also inspect, and I have shown no interest to buy that car. Okay. There are so many flaws in that. So if you treat me as a customer, I will say I do not have any interest to see that car.
Okay, so let me tell you my perception. The Tata Nano started failing right at stage 2 of interest. Many people did not have interest. They saw, they found that space is not enough. It is a box. It is a box. Some people rejected at stage 2 itself. Some prospective customer finally tried to evaluate. This is the price. Ye engine size hai. My travel distance is so much. I cannot do this job. I do not have boot space. Some rejected after evaluation. Some even tried. Some people even tried. I mean, trial means they did at the showroom trial, or they purchased and tried. But it did not meet their objective, and then they sold or they scrapped it. And therefore, they did not adopt. So its failure is spread from number 2 to number 5 everywhere. The maximum probably has been between 2 and 3, according to me. That is my perception. Okay, so I'm supposed to give you a break at 11:30. So let's have a break for, we resume at what time, Sonia?
For 30 minutes, sir. Break is for 30 minutes. Right at 12, we'll be starting with the next session, sir.
Okay, okay, great.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Participants, you are kindly requested to be at the right time. At 12 o'clock, we'll be again starting with the session. Thank you all.
Hello. Session is on hold. I couldn't hear last 5 minutes.
Sir, there is a break of 30 minutes. We'll start at 12.
Okay. Noted, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Go 271, 279. एक और आ गया, ये ओटीपी, फिर से ओटीपी आ गया। कौन सा लास्ट जो अभी आया है? तीनों तो नाउ दिखा रहा है। चेक नोटिस डिटेल, तीनों है टू चेक नोटिस डिटेल है, तीन का तीनों उसी के लिए। ये क्या हो गया? Why am I audible? Where are the participants? Not yet joined.
Yes, you are audible,
Yes, sir,
sir.
you are audible, sir.
But I am only meeting. Where can I? Ajit, एक मिनट, share क्यों नहीं हो रहा? Only meeting organizers and presenters can share. But share तो हो नहीं रहा. Dr. Sonia, organizers, can you allow me
Yes,
to share?
yes, sir. Sir,
Sharing.
you are the. Okay, you are
Please.
not the presenter. Okay, sir.
Please allow me sharing. Organizers and presenters can share button तो आई नहीं कुछ तो नहीं कर रहे ना तो खाली टाइम पे लैप्स Please allow me to share the screen.
Sir, wait for a minute, please. Sir, I am making you a presenter.
Okay, I am waiting.
Your presenter now, sir. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Is my screen visible?
No, sir, it's not visible yet.
Should be visible now. Is it visible now?
No, sir.
Why it is stop sharing? I am sharing the screen. Why it is not happening? Wait a minute.
Now okay, sir.
Now it is visible.
Now it is visible.
Yes, yes.
Is it visible?
No, right now it is not, but earlier it was visible.
What is this? Stop sharing.
Yes, now it is visible.
Now it is visible?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay. So we were on this screen. Let me move forward. I have to cover two more things, strategy and execution. So I will be faster. So here you saw that there are two things. You might have done a great innovation, but if the communication is not proper and if the social system is not supporting and if you do not allow proper time, your innovation may not be adopted by the market, by the consumers. So read this. In case of Tata Nano, communication was super, communication was adequate. But the next, now stage 2 onwards, they started failing. Okay, I will move on. Social system is again very essential part in adoption. Can you tell me some products which in Indian social system may not be acceptable that readily? Is my question clear to you? Please let me know some innovations that may not be readily acceptable in Indian social system.
The products which are related to religious things.
Yeah, absolutely. Because here religion plays a very big role in India. The time one has to also allow adequate time between the communication. Once innovation is there, you have communicated. Then if you don't allow proper time, again communication may not be adequate and trials and acceptance or adoption may not be there. I will skip all these. These are the factors which decides this time, deliverable value, again financial satisfaction, compatibility with existing values, what was told about products related to religion. Trialability is another important thing. It should not be that only it is communicated, but you are not able to try it out. And obviously communicate it. This I will, here this one is very important. I will spend some time on this. This is what is called chasm, and what was taught that many creative products, they do not get into market, they fail. So they, after initial buying and early adopters have done some, then they are not able to push the product. Here you are at prototype stage and you have made some volume. Beyond this, you have to do a mass production. The requirement has already begun, but you don't have sufficient money or sufficient money to, to put in your production system or in marketing. One also has to spend a lot for any innovation, for marketing, for its marketing. So if you don't have that, then the product also from here it goes down. Only if you cross the chasm, then your product gets to maturity and all. So this chasm is very important in innovation. And all the products practically face chasm. Now, crossing the chasm, again, one has to make a strategy for this. And how do you cross? You have to really do not be always only market centric. You have to not only be product centric, but you have to become market centric and allow all resources for that. So it's not only your technological capability, but your social capability and your financial capability that decides the success of the product. That would decide whether you will be able to cross the chasm that every innovation faces. Okay, any question on this, or I shall proceed? No question, then I proceed. So here I am summing up the adoption process, and please see this guy hanging his head, no way. So there are some parts of the market which may never accept your product, where you may not be able to penetrate. So they are not only laggards. Laggards after some time they accept, but they will not. This is the what we call the majority to accept. And these are again those 6 stages that I saw, where Tata Nano from stage 2 to stage 5 failed miserably. Okay, so then I come to the strategy, innovation strategy. Just like your business strategy, you have also to make your innovation strategy. And the Porter's legacy only talked about whole total business strategy. These are broader, and whatever you do, whatever innovation you do, either your innovation should provide you plus leadership or the differentiation. One of the two it must provide, otherwise that innovation is of no use. So let's understand what is innovation strategy. Please read through this slide carefully. Okay, so have you read it all?
Yes, sir.
So tell me, which company has a secured future?
A company with a future vision.
Does vision alone secure future?
So for that action plan, they have to decide.
So action plan, which action plan?
Regarding the promotion of the product and product innovation, I mean incremental innovation in the products, marketing, and the feedback from the customers. All these things they have to plan and execute, sir.
Now, how many companies' vision you have seen innovation word there? Because short term you may survive. Long term without innovation you cannot survive. Be it business strategy, be it corporate strategy, you have to have innovation in your strategy. I mean, in your corporate and business strategy, and then beyond that, you have to make your own innovation strategy as well. So, what is innovation strategy? I mean, this slide gives a very broad definition of innovation strategy. What is innovation strategy? Come on, it is written in this slide. Just read it. What is innovation strategy? Can anyone read it for me? What is innovation strategy? I am not. Yeah, go ahead.
Innovation strategy is how you create and evolve your innovative capacity for a change and adaptation to an uncertain future.
Okay. So it is to address the future basically, and which is very uncertain. We all know about VUCA world. VUCA world, you know, VUCA world, all of you must be accustomed to, right? What is VUCA? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and come on, VUCA. अरे यार आप लोग मैनेजमेंट के फैकल्टी हो मोस्ट ऑफ यू VUCA नाम नहीं सुना है पहले VUCA वर्ल्ड volatile, uncertain, complex, and I am not giving answer. Please find out. Any one of you. In the VUCA, anyway, I will explain that at the end. In the VUCA, one term is uncertain. And no one knows future. The fact is that we do not know future. Future is uncertain. So for addressing that, you have to develop what is called innovation capacity. So innovation strategy is the plan for developing your innovative capacity. Do you know any company, or can you quote me some of the companies who have over period developed innovation capacity and who have innovation strategy? Well, you are faculty, I am also a faculty, there should be discourse. Please give me examples of some of the companies who have innovative strategy. No answer? Has Apple an innovative strategy? Guys, somebody, please background noise, please mute yourself.
Kindly mute yourself, please.
Okay, so I was asking the participants that please give me example of some of the companies who have got some innovative strategy and who are continuously developing innovative capacity. Come on, yeah, any company, and there's so many in the world.
Hyundai Motors, sir.
Hyundai Motor. Yes, you are.
Tata Motors.
Tata Motors. But how? Explain. Explain how. Yes, they are developing their innovative capacity. Apple, Tesla, these are on a bigger scale innovative capacity. Tesla, for example. Do you know the company Tesla? What does it do? Tesla of USA?
They are famous for electrical vehicles, and they are also engaged in rocket what do you call space in space platform. They are also in.
Yes, they are doing. They are in electric vehicle, but the guy says, Elon Musk, that I have to finally develop innovative capacity in battery, because it is battery which is the limitation in the electric car, both cost wise, weight wise, and the range of electric car, how long it can go between the charges. So he has gone beyond the car. Now he has developed big plant for battery, and his biggest research is going on in battery development. But who said? Someone said about Hyundai and Tata Motors. Can you tell us what innovative capacity they have shown? What they are developing for future? Generally, company keeps under wrap. But what is shown? What is visible? Please state. भाई आप में किसी ने कहा था Hyundai Motor and Tata Motor, and I said yes, partially they are developing innovative capacity.
Product range, sir, and they've also started their sister concern Kia Motors, and they take the market.
Product range is just product development. We are talking of innovative capacity.
Sir, I am from the customer point of view. They have Hyundai has introduced the roadside assistance, sir. First, they introduced the roadside assistance, whatever the others have not given till Hyundai has introduced. That is one thing, sir. And Maruti is about they have the large chain network of servicing, sir. Wherever you go, the Maruti Suzuki is having the garages, sir.
So those are physical assets, big garages, products. Innovative capacity is more relates to intellect. It is intangible. The output of innovation is what you see as product or processes or physical assets. Innovation is something which is going on within. And as I said, all inventions is from the human mind. It is the human.
Sir, but the innovation can be brought in terms of even the feature also, that also comes under the innovation, sir. Is it right, sir?
You are right. Innovation can be, as we said, incremental or modular feature if you have added one more. So there is a modular innovation or incremental innovation. But that is in the product. I am talking of innovation capacity.
Innovation capacity.
Those are innovation output. What examples you are giving, those are innovation output.
Okay.
Here we are talking of innovation capacity.
Okay. Okay, sir.
And innovation capacity is really in the mind. Those are intangible things. Those come through, training, learning, relearning. It is knowledge creation, knowledge assimilation. That is how you build innovative capacity. And you might have observed of late, many business groups have started not only big R&D centers, but also have started universities. Someone was telling higher educational institution. So some big groups have started higher educational institutions through which they are developing their innovation capacity.
Mahindra University, sir. Mahindra University, Mahindra Group.
Mahindra is there, Munjal University is there, Ashoka is there, Apple University is there.
Sir, good morning. This is Vinit Kumar from JNU. Basically, I have something to add to this discussion. There's some company called Lego. Basically, they have outsourced their innovation practices. Like they have come up with a portal, and they are collecting a lot of innovative ideas for creating toys of virtual nature as well as physical. So basically, I think this is trying to like harness innovative minds beyond your own organizations. They are using it quite well, and they are collecting a lot of ideas by this way. Recently, Indian government has also initiated same kind of practices by virtue of Toykathon. They have also tried to collect a lot of ideas from common people, and I think this is wonderful thing they can do, because obviously every organization is having its limitations. They can't afford to have the best of a best manpower, or at times this is obvious that some brain waves may not be striking to the best peoples also. So this is something I was willing to add.
Thanks for your contribution. You are absolutely right. And I told earlier that innovation can be in-house, can be offloaded. So Lego, and can be a combination of both. Big companies, they do both. They do in-house as well as they outsource. So innovation capacity need not be built only within. Innovation capacity can be hired, can be outsourced, and Lego, yes, they are doing. And in the field of toys, Government of India is going to organize a big exhibition for toys from all over the country. They want really to replace, Chinese toys. So only through innovations, which again comes both from within the organization, from outside the organization, innovation in the network, and even this step of the government can also be called a country level innovation step. Okay, so the innovation strategy are of two types: rationalist strategy and incremental strategy. In the rationalist strategy, what do? We do an analysis. And environmental scanning analysis is, and when I say environmental analysis, it is not business environment. It can be business environment as well, but mainly the innovation environment, just like Lego is doing. All our open sources in software, there also you are creating innovation from outside. Anybody can contribute to that. Open source software, they get updated, all innovations get added to that. That's also a process. But in the rationalist strategy for innovation, we analyze external movement. Based on that, we decide the course of action, and accordingly we act. These are the steps for rationalist strategies. Okay, and this is the incrementalist or incremental innovation strategy. Like when you do a model change, when you bring a new model of car in the market, you do the rationalist strategy. But when you do, like you have got Maruti Desire, within that you put LX, VX, VXZ, all that are incremental steps you go on doing and then checking. So this is called incremental innovation strategy. And this is the process of incremental innovation strategy. The example first in the brown color is that of medical sciences. That of second is of again an instrument. Development of it. It can be any type. It can be instrument. It can be car. This is the process in incrementalist strategy. Okay, any question on this? No questions. Very good. You understand everything. I will skip this as usual strategy process. This also I will skip. This is important. How many of you have heard the name of Christensen? Professor Christensen of Harvard. He has recently expired. Anybody knows? Anybody has gone through his book? Innovator's Dilemma is a book. It was best-selling book at its time. What do you make out of this dilemma? Somebody in the previous session had asked that creativity, it fails, why people should get discouraged. What do you make out of this innovator's dilemma? Your view, there is no right or wrong answer.
Yes, sir. Innovator's dilemma might be referred to the fact that if they innovate in the new products or new segment of the products, and whether the financial part involved in the entire process, they will able to get back from the market, or the market will adopt their products or not. That kind of dilemma might be happen, sir.
Yes. So big established businesses generally go on doing incremental innovation.
Yeah, in incremental innovation also, sir, some part, if you talk about the automobile industry also, some models succeed very gratefully, but some model not succeed in the market, or people not adopt in the market. Like if you talk about the Maruti Suzuki, and like the Jan model earlier was very successful, then they came to the Stilo Jan and all. So in Maruti segment also, in mid car segment also, you will find that there are many models which are very much successful, like you mentioned Swift and Swift Desire kind of model, but other model comparatively less successful, or they are not very much people are not adoptive with these models. So these models,
I want to explain you one thing. Are you aware of what we call platform technology? Product technology is one, second is platform technology. Are you aware what is platform? What is a platform?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. So if the platform fails, then there is a big loss. But on the same platform, there can be so many models made.
Yes, sir.
And if the models fail, probably company like Maruti doesn't bother much. But platforms, they utilize the platform development is far more costlier. Innovation and platform is far more not only costlier, but it also lasts very long, because on that platform you go on developing so many models. And then for each model there are variants, what we were talking earlier. So the variants are basically customer wants this add-on, that add-on, that add-on. There is no cost, practically no cost, and if any cost, customer pays. The product basically remains same. But what the second bullet says, that yes, despite that, if you don't really make a big innovation, there is greater likelihood that the corporation will fail. Here, if you go big innovation, the product like Tata Nano, it wanted to disrupt, it failed. 18 billion rupees, 1800 crores was the money that went down the drain. But if you don't do such things, product may not fail, but at some juncture, the company itself may be totally vanished. Company may fail. So this is the big dilemma that companies face.
Can I give an example?
Sure, why not? Contribute.
We are working on Microsoft, and our platform is Intel, okay?
Okay, good.
But AMD is another platform where companies are failed because of their heating character. So people are not accepting the AMD. They always accept the Intel Pentium.
Why? Yes, you are right.
But because it has it do not have a heating character. But in AMD chip, it heats when you use above 2 hours continuously.
No, the major issue there is again innovation capability. After all, Intel need not bring new chip.
Yes.
The chip is manufactured on a platform. Intel by itself is not a platform, or AMD is not a platform. Intel is a company, AMD is a company. They have got a technology platform on which different types of chips are made, different models of chips are made. Platform also they go on changing or developing new platforms.
That is Microsoft.
Yeah. Now, what happens is by the time AMD catches up, Intel brings a new product, new innovation and technology. So they are always left behind. And in the catching up process, yes, heating is one of the technology reasons. But more than that, what happens is that the takeaways to the customer is in that Intel is always ahead of AMD. Intel is the technology leader, AMD is the follower. Any question on this slide?
Sir, dynamic capability approach example I can give.
Sure, give. There are plenty of examples.
Yeah, ERP. ERP is the main example, I think.
ERP is, I mean,
you are adapting. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Adopting, integrating, and reconfiguring internal and external organization skill. So it has been made for the organization only, and resources and functional competency towards a changing environment. So when we got the feedback from the market, we continuously changing the ERP platform. Am I right?
you are changing the ERP platform to suit the consumer requirement. There are some, like let's say Oracle, SAP, these are the companies who provide ERP. But companies, they somehow also make it, they have got one standard product which covers practically all aspects of the business. But then the companies finally, when they have something new, something beyond what the ERP is covering, then they modify either the company by themselves if they get expertise, or they request the providers like Oracle, SAP, Microsoft to change it, or IBM to modify, to innovate, to add. So that is not exact example of dynamic capability. Dynamic capability is really, you see, adapting, integrating, reconfiguring internal and external organizational skills. It is about organizational skills. It is not only the technology skills. Yes, you are right that ERP platform is modified, is upgraded, updated continuously. But when we are talking of dynamic capability, it is every arm of the organization, just like your body, if it has to be strengthened, it's not that only brain should work harder, your brain, your heart, your limb, each arm, whole structure. So dynamic capability, an organization develops when it's all its limbs, all its arms really develop capabilities, new capabilities. Okay?
Okay, sir. Absolutely correct, sir.
Here also, I would like you to concentrate a bit. Okay, so you have gone through. Now, please give me examples in the second line. Suppliers, production, learning, this all of us know. All suppliers of Maruti. Now, earlier what was happening, automobile industry was the main and it used to give the technology to the suppliers. They would give their drawing, the process, quality control system, and suppliers will follow. But today, what has happened in this industry, suppliers have become so big that they themselves have got their own design, their own development, and automobile has become really an assembly plant, main plant. But having said that, those automobile industry who, apart from assembling, earlier automobile was an integrated plant where you will make forging, you will make engine, you will do machine shop, you will have welding, you will have everything. But now assembly, painting and assembly is the main process, all component is supplied. Slowly this business model had changed a lot. And earlier it was all small component, now sub-assemblies suppliers supply, that straight away goes to the assembly line. And in the process, you get those, that is how technology travels or has dispersed at different levels. I gave you an example from automobile. Can you give me an example from, let's say, pharma industry? Today, it's very relevant, especially in the context of COVID. Here, a lot of innovation and technology has developed, and it has had many trajectories. Would anybody make an attempt? Come on here, you all are management teachers. Don't be worried, there is no right or wrong answer. There can be plenty of examples. Okay, let me make the question much simpler to you. Who are the world's biggest COVID vaccine manufacturers and suppliers?
इंडिया सर.
इंडिया, ग्रेट, करेक्ट, वेरी करेक्ट. तो आप लोग सब जानते हो, फिर इतना हेजिटेट करते हो. इंडिया में कितनी कंपनी बनाती है? हाउ मेनी कंपनीज आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग?
Bharat Biotech, Sun Pharma.
No, and this Pune-based company also.
Serum Institute, that is.
Yes.
Exactly, Serum.
Okay, how are they making?
They are procuring this raw material.
No, I am talking in terms of technology and innovation.
Yeah. Through biotechnology.
Huh?
Through biotechnology.
No, biotech has developed its in-house innovation, R&D. Serum Institute has adopted. Serum Institute is producing AstraZeneca vaccines.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So AstraZeneca technology, AstraZeneca also did not develop by itself. It was Oxford University and AstraZeneca jointly did the research and developed it. Okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then that technology traveled to Serum Institute, which they have licensed Serum Institute. Serum Institute has not developed its technology. It has not done its R&D and basic research. The Serum Institute got here suppliers of technology, and then they learned how to produce. But if I talk of Oxford University or AstraZeneca, here they were at this level. They designed the molecule and the users of course, latest report says that UK, AstraZeneca, whoever has been after vaccination, the admission to hospitals has reduced by 86%. And right now there are two vaccines going on in UK, AstraZeneca, Oxford University, and Pfizer. And AstraZeneca, they are finding more. But Covaxin must have spent, I don't know how much. And in this context, I want to bring to you a company which was really not necessarily based in Punjab, but the company promoters were from Punjab, Ranbaxy. Have you heard the name of Ranbaxy?
Yes, I have heard the name.
Okay.
It's Ranbak Singh, actually.
It's?
Ranbak Singh has made this company Ranbak Singh.
Absolutely, that is how the thing goes. Mohan Bhai Singh was the first to have started as a small scale and then as a children, so on. But why it got sold and what it was doing?
It was mainly in the antibiotics and in the antipyretics. So they failed to penetrate the established market.
No, after their sons Parvinder Man Singh, who was son-in-law, he wanted to make it also a drug developer, that they should be able to develop new molecules. And do you know how much it cost? They wanted to be here developing the new molecules. And to develop a new molecule, it cost almost $2 billion.
Yes.
And their whole thing was about 500 million was at that time their sales. So they could not. And that was what I showed in Innovator's Dilemma, that they took up, but they could not bring in so much of money. Finally, they had to sell. Their idea was good, but they sold it to Daiichi of Japan.
Yeah.
They also got entangled into that and they finally sold it to Sun Pharma. Daiichi was. And today Sun Pharma, Ranbaxy's all divisions all across, they had many plants. Romania here. So technology was flowing across the borders and technology trajectories were different, but they were all into only the process technology, process to produce. But the product technology or the molecule design, what we call, they could not. And still today, this Covaxin, for example, has developed its own. And though Ranbaxy failed, but it created so many aspiration in many of the pharma industry. Dr. Reddy's, for example, they're also in the development of molecules. Though at this juncture, they would not be doing their own development of vaccine. They are also trying to get maybe a Russian vaccine technology here, but then they will adopt that technology, and these trajectories, technology trajectories also are important one to know and to make a business out of it. This one now again breaks these things into positions the company takes, the paths and the processes in those innovations. So what do we make out of this table? What do we make out of this table?
How to enter in a new market.
No, what difference? For example, let me tell the bottom right corner, strong links with lead users. What does it make any sense?
Sir, in the process line, you have said in the last column, specialized suppliers, strong links with lead users. This shows that it is something related to the market. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Sir, your voice is not coming.
Am I now audible?
Yes, yes, now you are audible.
Most of the innovations really come from lead users. The companies also get the idea, even if it is technology post, market pull is invariably from the lead users.
Yes, yes.
What we also talk of, sometimes these lead users, they really know what they want, the configuration of the product, the serviceability, the what all it will give away. But there are plenty of customers also who do not know. They have latent need, but they are not able to express what the product should be. So these lead users are the biggest help in developing, and in your innovation strategy, you must make these lead users as your partners. Here, this left hand, this is the easiest thing. There is no technical advancement. You are getting it from the supplier and you are using in your product. So if anything is happening, it is happening in supplier end. You are not doing. Your innovation strategy does not. I mean, only at best, sometimes, like Maruti or Boeing or Ministry of Defense, they sometimes tell the supplier that my requirement is this or but what innovation? Here they act as a customer and it is their supplier who makes the innovation. Here the company is making the innovation and their lead users are instrumental in the technology development and innovation. So what I'm trying to tell through this slide, that in your innovation strategy, it's not your people, your R&D, your training, but also the lead users who must be made a part of your innovation strategy. This slide is bringing a new word, sustaining innovation. What do we make out of this?
whatever innovation we are in, that should be sustainable in terms of their feasibility.
No. Here, sustaining innovation is that the innovation that sustains your company's product. If you don't make any innovation, obviously, you will go down. In the blue thing, you have come to maturity, you are going down. And this sustaining innovation may take the company to some distance. As long as competitors are not disrupting, nobody else is making disruptive innovation, you can survive with sustaining innovation. And therefore, if you want to be market leader, apart from sustaining innovation, you must also have a strategy to really do some disruptive innovation. Okay? The innovator's dilemma has been combined here that, okay, your product should continue or business should continue, so you must go on doing sustaining innovation, but you must also be working on some disruptive innovation. If you succeed here, you will become the market leader in that, and you will get quite some time before your competitors catches up. You can skim the cream in the market. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now I go to the third part of the topic that we are dealing with. Okay, we know what strategy we should make. Now, how do we execute? So, however best is your innovation strategy, if you don't implement, it is of no use.
That's very true, sir.
Just a minute. Hello. नहीं 1:30 के बाद 1:30 लगाना. Here I am talking strategy in general, be it business strategy, corporate strategy, HR strategy, innovation strategy, financial strategy. So even if your innovation strategy is very good, but if you don't implement properly, it's going to fail. And most of the CEOs interviewed abroad, even in India, and even I have experienced it, that we had a big strategy planning department in my company. I had created that department. We would make, after a lot of due deliberation, discussions, everything, and everybody would have confirmed, yes, these resources are there, this we shall be able to do. But when you start doing, you find things have changed. Well, it's a dynamic world. What is today may not remain tomorrow. And therefore, you have to be very dynamic with your innovation strategy also. This line I really like. Execute or be executed. How many of you would teach strategy or innovation? Who is teaching innovation or strategy? Strategic management? Innovation management? Don't shy away भाई, आप लोग participate कर रहे हो, you are faculty of management. Come on, volunteer, someone. I will not make you inconvenient. I'm your colleague. I'm also a teacher. I'm also teaching innovation strategy, technology strategy, business strategy, corporate strategy, CSR strategy, sustainability strategy, and they are full subject. Okay, if you are not coming out, tell me what do you make out of this sentence, execute or be executed? In the context of innovation, what do you make out with this phrase, execute or be executed? Why your silence is deafening?
Yeah, it refers to the either you strategize and that you execute your strategy to overcome the competitors. Otherwise, competitors will execute your strategy and they will succeed.
They will not execute my strategy, even with their own strategy also they can kill us. That's true. Yeah. But can you give me some example from any business, industry?
Yeah,
even nowadays it is happening in educational institutions also.
In educational institute also, even if you talk about this COVID period and all these things, whosoever institute had developed their online platforms and online course materials and all these things, they have succeeded in multifolds. If you talk about different kind of coaching institute or different kind of online platforms, they have their business develops multifold during that pandemic times. And whosoever has reluctant to do this, they have shrink like anything. Like if you talk about the platform like Unacademy and all these things who are in academic arena and who were already in the online platform, but they were very much confident to go online, and they have used the new technology to go online in a faster mode and democratize this education platform and all these things. They have developed multifold within a very short span of time. And whosoever earlier platform who were in the offline mode and they have very good content and all these things, but they couldn't able to strategize themselves or implement their strategy to go online, they were shrink like anything.
Absolutely, they had everything, but they did not execute this strategy.
Same thing we can say for in the telecom sector as well, sir.
Sure. Telecom is really with that sold so many. But
yes, sir.
But telecom sector today, for example, this COVID had provided biggest opportunity for telecom sector, BSNL, MTNL, etc.
But to whom, sir? But question is to whom? The company who is able to execute their plan. If you talk about the company like BSNL, if you talk about the company like others.
Telecom sector, both, I mean, leaving aside two, that is Reliance and Airtel, who not only innovated and strategized, all other telecom sector were biggest opportunity, they are practically dead. Why?
They have not encashed their opportunity because of their lack of execution of their planning, sir.
One, neither they had plan nor execution.
Yes, sir.
And on innovation front, they were zero.
Very true, sir.
Strategy, neither they had plan nor execution. On innovation, they were zero. So they were bound to die until unless now some what is called in a dead body sometimes or dying patient sometimes Quranic works and it revives. So if new technology or some big money is thrown into it, if the government puts that probably for some time they can breathe, but they cannot survive or thrive. Okay, so these are various ways you can be effective in your execution. Also in organizations, especially when it comes to innovation, new product, new inventions, the responsibility and authority is very diffused. R&D feels I have developed the product, my job is over. Although they need to be really associated after that invention and innovation, they need to be associated with manufacturing, with marketing, with customer service till the product gets well established, adopted and entrenched. So many times it is the organizational mechanics that also makes a good product fail, because the execution is not proper, and in execution these are some of lines. I am not going to spend time on it. And what someone had earlier asked, this is very important, the last one, risk assist and mission. Because any innovation has risk in it. Disruptive innovation attempts much higher risk. Even incremental innovation has got risks, but lesser risk. So risk assessment is also a part in the innovation strategy execution. For innovation also, you have to follow this model. For development and implementation. And measures are very important. How do you measure innovation? How do you measure innovation? Obviously, once you execute your innovation strategy, there will be some results. So how do you measure your innovation strategy? How do you measure in business sense? I am not talking of fundamental research. Companies measure their innovation. Companies measure nowadays, it is not only whole companies output, but you measure every department's efficiency, every department's cost and output, be it R&D, be it manufacturing, be it HR, be it marketing. So every departmental performances also are measured. And this innovation can be anywhere. Innovation need not be only in R&D. There it is product or process innovation. But process innovation can be in your marketing also, by channel streamlining, by making fast movement, logistics improvement. So there can be so many types of innovation. I have hitherto mainly dealt with product and process innovation, process of making the product. But even other management function process like HR function, there can be innovation. Can anybody tell me the latest innovations in HR? During this COVID, there is a lot of innovations in HR function of business. Come on. अभी किसी ने बताया था online courses, people.
Yes, sir.
So HR innovation.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you properly.
I am asking, we have been discussing about product innovation, mostly dealing with the technology. But yes, I said that innovation must be measured. On the product, it is much easier. But innovation is done everywhere. It can be done in HR, can be done in marketing, can be done in financing. So I was asking, what are possible HR innovation, or what HR innovations have been made by the companies during this COVID?
Work from home is one of the HR innovations, sir.
Yes,
work from home opportunity and the controlling through the technology, controlling through the manpower, controlling through the technology is one of the HR innovation. Which has.
But my question, the next question is, how do I measure this effectiveness of this innovation? Any innovation in execution strategy, we have also got measurement part. Whatever we do, product development or HR innovation or marketing innovation, how do we measure?
If that innovation is getting the positive result in terms of the profit making to the company.
Profit making to the company is whole. I am asking, every company nowadays evaluates every department, HR department.
Yeah, in terms of outcome, sir. In terms of outcome, if you talk about the HR innovation, that I was talking about the work from home opportunity.
Okay, work from home is an innovation, but my question is, how do we measure it? Its execution. It's work from home was an innovation. It was executed. Some companies have executed very well. Some companies have not executed that well. So how do you measure its effectiveness?
In terms of their outcome, sir.
Outcome? Which outcome? That's what I am asking.
In terms of productivity.
I am giving you a hint. Any business can be anything, steel business, automobile business, IT business, teaching business, whatever. But the input, the end product of every business is money. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
So in HR innovation, you can measure in terms of money saved or money generated.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Anywhere, the scale, the end product is always money for measurement in business.
Yeah, it might be understood like in this way that during this work from home opportunity which HR has given, HR has innovated these things. Many companies, especially many small companies have surrendered their offices, which they are using on rent basis.
Absolutely. So the savings. That is how you measure.
Yes, sir. They have saved huge saving their operational expenditure, sir.
Right. So there must be savings in expenditure, or Additional, through this work from home, you have generated additional work hours, thereby maybe you have created more clients, whatever, X, Y, Z. So this could be the various ways of measuring your innovation execution's effectiveness.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have something to add.
Please
Basically, they might have gone for gig workers instead of full-time workers for completion of certain projects.
absolutely.
So
So that is again this
this is also
perfectly all right. They might have gone from full-time worker to part-time worker. They might have reduced the workforce from 10 to 5. All of these result into some cost saving. Okay, so this is the roadmap for execution. I hope it is readable. Again, some noise is coming from someone's. Okay, right. So this strategy execution map can be put for every department. This is valid so much for finance as it is valid for innovation. But innovation generally, we don't look at close range management. Innovation generally we have mid range or long range. Variants of the product are, I don't consider them as innovation. They are simple add-on. They are operational matter. They get into close and short range. When we talk of real innovation, especially in the product and technology, where the innovation, whole gamut of innovation focuses, is really 2-3 years view. Earlier, do you know how much it takes to produce a new version of an aeroplane? Today, worldwide, we have got only two major companies now, Boeing and Airbus. Earlier, there used to be 60, 70 companies. Why they disappeared? Obviously, because they could not compete, they could not innovate for whatever reason. But having that, my question was, here it was a strategic execution roadmap and there is time frame. Now these companies like Boeing or Airbus, what would be their execution roadmap? Will they do any short range? What is their time frame? When their new model comes? Earlier in India, we had new car models in 3, 4, 5 years. During 60s, 70s, we had no new models. It was same Ambassador and Fiat. But when today car models every year, new models come in in cars, automotive. But how about aircraft? कोई बताएगा मुझे बोइंग के कितने मॉडल अभी चल रहे हैं इन स्काई? बोइंग 747, 727, एयरबस 340, एयरबस 380. अरे भैया आप लोग जरूर, you must have traveled in air. Come on, I'm waiting for someone to contribute. to the discussion.
Sir, hopefully they are trying to cater to the need of industry as well as the individuals, top businessmen. Like they are providing jets, personal jets, and they are providing a small aircraft for short haul companies like we were having Deccan Airlines and Southwest Airlines in America. So basically, they are trying to cover a larger market. Earlier, hardly large company, large aviation companies were the market for them, but right now, even individuals also aspire to have their own charter planes. So they are targeting this also.
My question to you was different. That in how many years these companies bring new models? And as far as chartered plane individual jets are concerned, they are made by other companies like Cessna. Then we have got, I'm forgetting the name, Turbojet French company. Then there are Canadian Bombardier. But big transport planes are made by only these two companies, Airbus and Boeing. So in how many years they bring new model? That was my question. On an average, it takes 7 to 10 years. And even then the new model fails. They have to drop with the accidents and all. So what I would do, I will not proceed further. We have got 5 minutes left. This 5 minutes, I make it open to all. I am stopping sharing, and please ask me, anyone has got any question, any clarification, I am here. I am with you.
Yes, sir. This is Rajiv Ranjan Jha, a research scholar from Ranchi, sir. My
Ranchi.
question is, yeah, Ranchi, sir. Yes, sir.
Dhoni's place.
Yes, sir.
Mahendra Singh Dhoni.
Yes, sir. My question is, sir, that what we discussed regarding the innovation and the adaptability and the financial part involved in that innovation process, and the main thing is that after doing all these things, many of the products or services which has been innovated was not executed properly, or either they have not adopted by the market. But in this scenario, if you talk about the entrepreneurs, which nowadays we are focusing on that in Startup India and Stand Up India kind of things. As far as entrepreneurs is concerned, like that, they generally, most of them do not have that huge amount of fund to go like such kind of innovation. And if they go, then they even don't have that backup plan that if that innovation will not get succeeded in the market, then they have another plan for the next level of innovation and all these things. So for entrepreneurs, what is the roadmap of, in this scenario, sir?
Look, I do not agree with you. Naukri.com, you must have heard.
Yes, sir.
The guy was small, he just developed software, went on. So it's the process. It is not only innovation. How you take your innovation to market, how you build your team. Innovation is one part. Yes, there must be innovation. Otherwise, also ran ठेला वाला, पंचर वाला, गाड़ी वाला बन जाएंगे तो आप अपना पेट भर लोगे, but you will never be able to get to a scale, a big scale. लेकिन अपने यहाँ, you take Infosys.
No,
they were also employees. They were also engineers.
Sir, we all are talking about the
money. Have you read the story of Infosys, for example?
Yes, sir. I have read the story of Infosys, as well as I have read the story of Naukri.com and this Yatra.com and all these things, sir.
Very good.
Sir, my question is that we always talk about the successful cases. There are multiple more times cases which has been failed.
You are right, absolutely right. Only 80% of the cases fail.
Yeah, more.
And
If you talk about that
that
Startup
will
India,
continue to happen. That will continue to happen.
yes, sir. If you talk about the data of Bangalore-based company has researched in terms of the Startup India and technology-enabled platform innovations and the entrepreneurship programs, more than 90% project have been failed.
Absolutely right. That doesn't mean that somebody will not succeed. And that is where the innovation is a double-edged sword. And people, mostly, for example, our own students, we have got here ATAL Incubation Center. The parents would never like their ward to take up to entrepreneurship. They would like them to go to safe job.
Yeah,
But you know, these ships are not made for keeping at shore. They are most safe at shore. At high seas, they may even ship like Titan got drowned. तो ये बात तो पक्की है कि somebody wants to innovate and become entrepreneur, there is only 10 to 20% chance that he or she will succeed. But that 10%, they are not special by only themselves, but the team that they create, the environment that they create around them, or the effort that they make. तो ये तो होता है और it will continue to happen.
Right.
It is not only in India, it happens so in USA.
Yeah,
Europe,
everywhere. It's everywhere.
and it will continue to happen. But that doesn't mean that you should not be an entrepreneur. And let me tell you one thing. Today, both in academic world as well as industry, if you are a failed entrepreneur, industry welcomes you more than normal experienced person from another industry. Even in educational institution today, I find in universities and standalone institution for teaching entrepreneurship course, they are recruiting people who have failed as entrepreneurs. And those people are really good teachers for entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, to teach entrepreneurship is very difficult.
Right.
Any other question?
No, sir. Thank
Okay, then I go back to organizer, Dr. Sonia.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. Dr. Sai, there is a one small query that when we are talking of the entrepreneurship education, in India we do not have any structured curriculum. Can a structured curriculum can come to rescue that? A structured curriculum should be made which should be delivered to the students who want to opt entrepreneurship as their career?
I do not believe that curriculum can produce entrepreneurship. Leave aside curriculum, Government of India created an institution called Entrepreneurship Development Institution in Ahmedabad.
EDI.
And
Yes.
EDI. Yes. And even the students of that institution who were supposed to become entrepreneurs, hardly 10%, 5 to 10% go to startup, rest seek job. So curriculum cannot and will not make an entrepreneur.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other query by any other attendees, any other participant?
Sir, only one request, sir, as madam is sending PPT of the resource persons. If you allow to send your PPT, then it will be great for us, sir.
Okay. I will share with them, madam.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and sharing your valuable thoughts. It was a wonderful session, thank you for being with us. And in the times to come, Dr. Sahai will keep on bothering you, and I'll request you to spare some time for my students also. In the NIT, we have a separate incubators here. We have one space incubator, and then we have the business incubators also. And some of the students are working on some of the projects also. So in the times to come, I wish if you could spare some time and interact with our students.
Sure, I will love to. Online, there is absolutely no problem. but physical presence as and when things improve.
Thank you.
I go to, IIT Delhi, FAKE or IIT Kanpur. So I am connected with many incubation centers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sonia, for inviting me. I enjoyed this session and people were interactive. Otherwise, it becomes monotonous. Lecturing, I
One
don't
more
like.
request, sir. One
Sure.
more request from Ranchi itself, sir. Please
Okay.
share your contact details, sir.
Okay, then I have also got something more to share.
Yes, sir.
I want to now we have gone through this session. The session was innovation, adoption, innovation strategy, and innovation strategy execution. On this topic, I want to write a book after giving this thing. And all of you are supposed to give me one chapter, okay? Will you?
Yes, sir. Can you write what have you said?
I will send to Sonia ji. I will send
Please,
to
please.
Sonia ji the broad outline of the book. And then both the organizers as well as participants are requested to share one chapter in that. And I will make out the details you can pick up. You can even go beyond, but that should be obviously, it should be well referred. Whatever you write, it should not be an opinion, but it should be based on facts.
Yes, sir.
I'll share with everyone, sir.
Sure, okay. Thanks a lot. So I am now leaving the platform. Thank you all.
Dr. Sahai, one more request. If you
Sure.
can refer some of the good readings related to the innovation management or innovative strategy in the mail, please refer and I'll pass on to the students and that are required for me also.
Great. Yeah, I would. If you want research papers or only books.
Books or research papers, both.
Both cases. Both cases.
Okay, I will share. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
sir.
much.
Thanks a
Have
lot.
good day. Participants, next session we have at 3 o'clock. The speaker is Dr. Shweta from IIT Delhi. Since finance is a major issue, she'll speak on this issue only, on the entrepreneurial finance. So I request everybody to be on time. And there is one more request. I have already said that kindly log in through your own email ID. Today also I was just checking one of the IDs with live.cid7d56. I do not know. I cannot trace these email IDs. It will become problem for you to mark the attendance. Otherwise it is okay. Okay, thank you so much.
இல்ல அதுதான் இதுதான் அந்த
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Shweta. I hope you have joined.
Yes, Dr. Chawla, I've joined. You'll have to give me a presenter status so that I would be able to share my presentation.
I have changed it. Just check it up. I have given you the presentation rights.
No, it's still showing me as an attendee. Maybe there's a time lag.
Yeah. Madam, please check.
No, Dr. Chawla, I'm still an attendee. I don't have presentation rights.
But it is showing me. Oh, just hold on. There is a participant with the name Sheetal. I wrongly did. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, now I have the right. Thanks.
Yeah.
So I'm here. Let me know when we need to get started. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We'll start within 2-3 minutes. Okay. Manpreet, are you ready? Manpreet.
Shall I start?
Okay, a very good afternoon to one and all in the after lunch session, which is being taken by Dr. Shweta Singh. She is from IIT Delhi and she'll be talking on the topic of entrepreneurial finance. Good afternoon, madam. We pay our heartfelt gratitude for acceding to our request to be here with us in this afternoon and interacting with the participants in this AICTE ATAL FTP on innovation management. I request Manpreet to give a brief profile of Dr. Shweta Singh.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Once again, I welcome you all for the post-lunch session of the program. And for this session, we have with us Dr. Shweta Singh. Dr. Shweta Singh is a professor and area chair of finance at the Department of Management Studies, IIT Delhi. Overall, she has nearly 2 decades of professional experience, having spent 3 years in the corporate sector prior to joining the academics. She has published nearly 100 research papers in journals and conferences of national and international repute. She teaches courses like entrepreneurial finance, managerial accounting, financial management, Indian financial system, and portfolio management. She has been the recipient of Lok Sabha Fellowship and Fetzer Fellowship of the Academy of Management USA for her research in corporate social responsibility. She has been honored twice with the Literary Award for Outstanding Research by Imral Publishing. She has also received a mention for the most downloaded paper by the Journal of Advances in Management Research, UK. Now I request Dr. Shweta Singh to kindly resume the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Manpreet, for the kind words. Manpreet, if you could just tell me about the audience. So we have around 46 participants here. Can you briefly tell me about the background of the audience?
Ma'am, most of the audience, the research scholars are not so much. 10 to 12 are the research scholars. Majority of the participants are faculties.
Faculty members, and since this
Yes,
program is catering on innovation, then they are studying this as a part of their curriculum. I mean, they want to develop a curriculum around innovation. Is that it, or do we have some practicing entrepreneurs also in our midst, in the audience?
No, madam, actually here, Shweta ma'am, most of the people are the faculty teaching in the different academic institutes, and on an average they are having the experience of 7 to 8 years, because some of them are with the experience of 15 years, 20 years, and some of them are with 2 to 3 years. So on an average they are the academicians with the management background. We have around 10 as participants as a research scholar. Rest of them are the faculty members. 90% from the management background. Rest are from the engineering and the other allied fields.
Okay. Fine. So I have a fair idea about what the audience is, and of course I'll be talking about a very new emerging area called entrepreneurial finance, which is now becoming the focus of a large number of academic institutions, given the national mandate of Startup India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, and all of these campaigns, which are wanting to encourage more and more startups and entrepreneurs in our country, because that is the only way we can achieve the kind of employment generation that we need for our burgeoning population. So even as faculty members, it's important that we respond to these national mandates and do research in and create curricula around these issues. So in that regard, very recently I have created 2 courses on financial management and compliance issue for startups, and also one on entrepreneurial finance for our MBA students, because at IIT Delhi we want to develop an ecosystem around innovation and entrepreneurship. So in that respect, since you're already doing an FDP and on innovation, I would be sharing whatever little information I can over the next 1.5 hours. On entrepreneurial finance and how we teach it and how it becomes applicable for a new venture. And I would encourage the participants to please interrupt me and ask me questions regarding the research focus around it or the ecosystem that we are developing around it, because most of you are faculty members and you would also be needing to do the same kind of thing maybe in your own institutions in the near future. So I hope that's a deal, that you will keep interrupting and asking questions wherever you feel that there's something that you want more elaboration or you don't understand something or you want to discuss some research around it. Please do that, because we are all colleagues here, and the idea behind this session is not just to teach you something, or the material is already there with Dr. Chawla. She'll share it with you, but the idea is to have a discussion around this, because we are also evolving as IIT Delhi. We are also researching and developing our curriculum as we speak. Okay, so I will share my screen now, and we can.
It is in their interest. The more they'll ask you, the more they'll learn. It depends on them, how much they want to have from you.
Absolutely, Dr. Chawla, you're absolutely right. So that is why I'm requesting them that let it become a session which becomes like a to and fro flow of information and discussions rather than just a monotonous lecture from my side. So anyway, this is the first kind of foundational chapter that we do whenever I'm talking to my BTech students or even my MBA students. You'd be happy to know that at IIT Delhi we have our own incubation center which is called FIT, and we do incubate a lot of deep tech startups, and that is why we come up with at least 100 patents every year. So a lot of my BTech students want to take up entrepreneurship, and they also take off from placements for a year and they stay on back in campus and work on their startups. So it was very important for us to give them a business side of any innovation that they are working on, because they may develop very, very good ideas, very good technology products, but how do they market it? How do they structure their startup? What goes on behind the strategic side or business side of a startup? That was the aim, to give them that kind of an ecosystem in terms of the skills. And so this is a foundational aspect that I deal with. So I'm also showing that to you. Maybe in your organizations, if you have to build a curriculum around innovation, around startups, then maybe you would want to teach something like this to them as well. Okay. So this is Introduction to Finance for Entrepreneurs. I hope that the slide is visible, Dr. Chawla.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, great. Now, since I'm looking at the slide and I will not be able to either read your messages or see your raised hands, I would request you to please unmute yourself and interrupt and just give me your name and discuss whatever you want to. Okay, thank you. So basically the entrepreneurial process is starts with developing opportunities. So you see an opportunity where other people see problems, or you see a solution where people are generally seeing problems. Then you gather resources around that solution. So what do you need to develop that solution and to distribute that solution to your larger audience? Of course, when you do that, you have to manage and build operations. So you have to set up a supply chain network, both forward and backward integration. You have to reach your consumers. So how do you set up that forward integration? And what is the capacity that you should function at? What are the assets that you should develop, and so on? And by doing that, you create value for your investors. Okay, so this is typically the entrepreneurial process. I will not be delving too much into the details because you're not students, you're all faculty members. So I'm sure that this is very evident to you. But of course, wherever you need more elaboration, you can always stop me and you can always ask. Okay, so as all of you know, entrepreneurship is the process of changing ideas into commercial opportunities. A lot of the time, innovators have this disconnect between their product and the commercial aspects behind it. So the aim is to ensure that all innovations, all R&D actually can result into a commercial opportunity. So an entrepreneur is not just a person who innovates or develops something new, but an entrepreneur is a person who can think differently and who can actually maybe repackage or reprocess an existing idea so that it reaches a larger market audience and it creates further value. Okay, so I would go by Schumpeter's a definition of innovation, where he says that anyone who does things differently is an entrepreneur. So being an entrepreneur is a much broader term. It includes an innovator as well. Okay. Now, so these are entrepreneurial opportunities. They can be creating value through different or new repackaged or repositioned products, markets, and processes. Now, typically, students do want to have a startup. It's kind of the in thing these days. And whenever we interview students for even our MBA program, whenever you ask them what their vision is, all of them typically say that they want to be an entrepreneur and they want to have a startup. But the moment you start asking them about some business ideas, they have no clue on how to go about thinking of a potential business idea or an innovation that would help them create value. So here are some sources of entrepreneurial opportunities. The first is societal trends or changes. So if you look at India, and if you look at the generation of our parents, you would see that there's been a major societal change in terms of the breaking up of the joint family system into now nuclear families, where the traditional homemaker, the lady of the house, is also now a breadwinner. So you have both the spouses going out and working, earning a living, and also setting up house together. So because of this, a lot of new services, a lot of new products have been created, have been innovated on. For example, you need a lot many more consumer durables in terms of washing machines and dishwashers and other appliances that can save time and help in the kitchen. And you may have services like nannies or people who can take care of homes or cleaning services and so on. So because the houses, the families are becoming more nuclear with lesser hands to help around, you have the innovations on such products and services that are coming in. The second example could be of demographic trends or changes. So as all of you are aware, India has the largest middle class, which is upward mobile and has a large number of disposable income at their disposal. And this middle class is even larger than the entire population of the US. So of course, there's a lot of spending happening in the FMCG sector, in consumer durables, in lifestyle goods, entertainment, travel, and so on. And hence you see a lot of new companies, a lot of new products being designed around these changes. Okay. In terms of emerging economies and global changes, we are all aware of climate change, the need for renewable energy, also education is a major issue across the world. Pollution is an aspect that is affecting countries across the world, and that is why you find a lot of growth in the renewable energy sector, for instance, the education sector, for example, and hence there's a lot of investment flowing into these areas and a lot of startups coming out here as well. So a lot of innovation in terms of technologies, renewable technologies is also happening here. Of course, crisis and bubbles have a way of changing the way we look at the world, and we are undergoing the COVID-19 pandemic. I think the worst is over. I hope the worst is over. But what this pandemic taught us was a huge disruptive innovation in terms of people moving online, businesses moving online, classes moving online, and our entire life becoming like a virtual society. So at this time, a lot of innovations and a lot of new products like Zoom and Microsoft Teams, which we are using right now, have grown, have shown tremendous growth potential, and it has also spurred a lot of new startups in this area. And this is like the new normal. A lot of organizations like the IIT Delhi, which had been a very traditional institution where we kind of frowned upon online teaching, and now we are also open to a hybrid model. We are also open to now having classes online and maybe a few students on campus for health reasons, and so much so that we have now started online continuous education programs. That is, we have started offering online certificate programs to reach a wider audience. So this is called a disruptive innovation, where due to a crisis, a disruptive innovation kind of reshapes the way we have looked at education, the way we have looked at employment, work, and so on. Of course, technological trends or changes are impacting businesses worldwide. Cloud computing, artificial intelligence, bitcoins, virtual currencies, blockchain technologies. These are technologies of the future, and a lot of companies are innovating around these technologies and coming up in a big way to shape our future in terms of not just our employment or workspaces, but also our personal lives. So these are just some sources of how you can look at what is happening around you, look at the gaps around you, and try and innovate on a product or service to fill that gap. Okay. Do let me know in case anyone has any comments or any questions or anything. Please interrupt and speak up. Otherwise, I'll carry on, assuming that it's okay. So e-commerce, all of you know, is the use of electronic means to conduct businesses online. Innovation is typically the creation of a new idea, new product or process, and very few of the new startups actually depend on innovation. Most of them are doing the same existing thing in a different way. Okay, so innovation becomes like a small part of a new entrepreneurial activity. We've just discussed about disruptive innovation. Now, all of us, when we look at the companies around us which are listed on stock exchanges and the shares are heavily traded in, they are all belonging to what are called public financial markets. These are markets which have standardized contracts or securities, and they have typically a regulator which regulates all the transactions happening, provides listings to different companies and their securities. So Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, any other regional stock exchange are all examples of public financial markets. So here people like you and me, retail investors, qualified institutional buyers, and also large companies, banks, the government, everyone trades in different kinds of securities, and all of us have access to it. However, when a new company gets started, or when an innovation gets converted into a company and gets commercialized, these companies typically have no assets to fall back on. They have no history of operations or of profits, and that is why the regulators don't allow them to become participants in public financial markets and try and raise finance from people like you and me. Okay, so what they have is they have to depend on what are called private financial markets. In these markets, these companies get into one-on-one negotiations and create customized contracts with individuals and specialized firms like venture capital funds who only fund or who only finance startups or new companies. Okay, so the main difference between a normal company, which is a seasoned company or a mature company, and a startup is that startups only have access to private financial markets, whereas seasoned companies have access to public financial markets. For any company, whether it's small new company or a seasoned company, the free cash is what runs the company, and free cash is the cash that exceeds or is left over after you have paid all your operational costs, you've paid off all your creditors, and you've invested in your assets. So this is the free cash that creates value for your promoters, for your owners, and cash becomes like the lifeblood of a business. More so for a new startup or for a new venture, because anyway the venture typically burns more cash than it builds, and so they're always struggling with their finances. And because of this struggle, 95% of new business ideas and innovations fail, not because their idea is not good, but because they are not able to generate enough free cash flows to be able to sustain their businesses. Okay. So free cash flow is when we monitor. Yes.
Ma'am, this is Smriti Ranjan from Odisha.
Okay.
Ma'am, can we say that free cash is the ideal cash?
This is, I'm sorry. Professor Sahu?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So Ideally, of course, the more free cash you have, the better your company is, the more profits you're generating, the more value you're creating for your investors. You do have a lot of very cash rich companies, for example, large PSUs, even large FMCG giants like Procter and Gamble, Colgate Palmolive, who are now very, very mature. They're sitting on a saturated market size. They have no more growth opportunities and they're just earning more and more cash through their large market. So you have to be able to differentiate whether the free cash flows are coming in at the growth stage or are they a result of market saturation from your side. But anyways, free cash flow is like the lifeblood of any business, and the more cash flows you have, the more valuable you are to your investors. So you're absolutely right.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other question or any other comment? Okay, fine. So then I'll move back to the presentation. Okay. Now, another very important aspect that we need to consider whenever we are trying to commercialize an innovation or a product is the owner manager, or also called the agency conflicts. Now, your promoters are the owners of the business. They are also called the shareholders of a business. And they are the ones who have put in the initial capital to start that business. However, the owners may not have the wherewithal or the necessary qualifications or experience to run that business. For that, they may need to hire qualified individuals who have been educated in that area, who have domain expertise in that area, experience in that area, to run the business on their behalf. Okay, so in a traditional company, there could be millions of owners. So for example, a listed company like Reliance has millions of shareholders. Now, naturally, all of these shareholders who are part owners of that business cannot possibly go and sit in the offices of Reliance and manage the day-to-day businesses. So what they do is they hire representatives. So just like in class, we have class representatives, the shareholders hire their representatives who act on their behalf, and these representatives are called directors. Okay. Now, every company would have a board which comprises of all of these elected representatives called directors. So we have what is called a board of directors, and commonly called a board. Okay. Now, this board of directors acts like the captain of the ship, which is the company, and they are representatives of owners. They can be shareholders themselves, and they hire what are called the executive or key managerial personnel for the company. So they hire chief executive officers, they hire chief technology officers, chief information officers, and so on. These are individuals who are qualified, who come from the institutions that you're teaching at, and they have degrees, they have domain expertise, domain knowledge and experience in that area, and they are given a salary to run the business at the behest of the board. And the board gives the vision. The board tells the company how they want to move forward, and the management is supposed to execute the vision of the board. However, more often than not, it is found that because the management has more knowledge, the management is more educated, and they have complete control over the operations of the business, sometimes the management starts exploiting the resources of the business to further their own selfish personal gains at the cost of the owners. So in the US, for example, if you've heard of the Enron scandal, in the US, the ownership is very, very highly distributed. For example, in the US, if a shareholder has even 1% of the total shareholding, he or she is considered a block shareholder. Okay, so that is how widely distributed the shareholding is. Now, in the case of Enron, Enron was one of the dream companies in the US. It was a dream company for Harvard business graduates, one of the largest power utility companies in the world. and they were like a star company. Everyone looked up to that company, and it was led by a very, very able, very eminent CEO, Ken Lay, and a CFO, and they were managing the business beautifully. They were so powerful that through their lobbying, they used to be playing golf with US presidents and so on. That was the level of influence that they had. Now, all this while, when Enron was doing very, very well, both these gentlemen were creating a lot of special purpose vehicles or different entities, and basically laundering money of Enron through those entities to offshore accounts in their names. And on the face of it, they were window dressing the financials of the company and going on record, going on public television and talking about the great growth that Enron was going through, leading to a spike in the share prices. And there was a whistleblower who had come up, and they had tried to suppress that whistleblower, and they were continuing to hike up the share prices of the company, and their own share prices were increasing because they had what is called employee stock option plans, or they had shares in the company, and they kind of exited the market when the share prices were at an all-time high. And they exited the market, made a huge killing, and the next day they confessed that, sorry, we were cooking up the books, and the company is not making the amount of money that we've been claiming. And they were then arrested and charged criminally. One of them died in an accident. The other person is still serving jail time and all of that. Also at that time, their auditors, which was Arthur Andersen, the #1 auditor giant in the world, was in cahoots with them. So when this criminal liability charge was brought about, they realized that Arthur Andersen was also helping them defraud the owners of the business. And Arthur Andersen went under. They completely went under from being the #1 auditor in the world. And you don't hear about them at all. Now we just have a consulting arm of some erstwhile Arthur Andersen people, which is now called Accenture. Okay, so Accenture is still there, it's still functioning, but Arthur Andersen is no longer existing. So this kind of a conflict, when the owners get taken for a ride by the management, who are supposed to be their agents. So the owner can be taken as a principal, and the management is basically their agents. When they start taking them for a ride, this is called type 1 agency conflict. And it's very, very common in widely distributed ownership countries like the US. In India, however, we have another unique situation. In India, most of our companies which are seasoned are controlled by 3 entities. Either they are large PSUs where the government is the majority owner, or they are subsidiaries of large multinationals which have come in here and opened up the India centers, or they are family owned businesses. So they are businesses owned by Birlas, Tatas, Reliance, Ambanis, Adanis, and so on. Now here what happens is that the promoter or their family group have a block of shares. So they become the dominant shareholders. I will not even say majority, because majority means that you must have 51% of the shareholding, but they become dominant shareholders. So much so that they are able to treat the entire company as their personal fiefdom, as their personal empire, and they're able to exploit the resources of the company for their own personal selfish gains at the cost of the other shareholders, which are called minority shareholders. So a case in point in this would be the Satyam example, if you remember that, where Ramalinga Raju, who was both the MD as well, MD means managing director, that is the chairman of the board of directors, plus also the CEO, the chief executive officer. So he was both the owner as well as the manager of the company, and he usurped 6,000 crores of Satyam's money, cash, for his own selfish gains, and he again laundered them. He channeled them through some 600 separate entities. Now, at the time of this scam, does anyone remember what Raju's shareholding was? How many shares, what percentage of shares he had? in Satyam? Okay, maybe maybe this was a long time ago, so you may not recall. So at the time of the scam, he had just 8% of the total shares. Okay, so this means that a person who does not even have a majority shareholding is able to dominate the board and treat the company as if it's his own company, and is able to usurp the company's resources at the cost of 92% other shareholders. So this is called dominant shareholder exploiting the resources of minority shareholders, also called principal conflict, also called type 2 agency conflict. Okay, you will be amused to know that Ratan Tata, the chairman emeritus of the Tata Sons Group, at the height of his corporate power, had only 7% of the total holding of Tatas. Even the Reliance, the Ambani brothers, who are very heavy on control, if you look at their total holding in terms of their personal holding and their family members' holdings, it is around 22 to 23% of the shares. So they don't even have majority shares, but they're able to treat the business as their own personal empire, as is evident around us. Okay, so this is called the type 2 agency conflict. Now, typically in corporate governance literature, you may find these two conflicts being given in books and also in journals. But in India, I see a third kind of conflict emerging, which I like to call the type 3, which is more debilitating, which is more dangerous for an economy like ours. This is where, so cases in this would be Nirav Modi, Vijay Mallya, and all these defaulters, where you would find a dominant shareholder of a company. So, for example, Vijay Mallya of Kingfisher Airlines gets into a creditor agreement with a financial institution like a large bank or a consortium of banks, takes heavy loans on behalf of the company, and then runs away with that money. Now, what happens at this time is that not only do the shareholders of the business suffer because of the deviant acts of one promoter, but even the public, people like you and me, who have put in their personal savings into a financial institution like a bank, hoping that they would lend this money in a prudential manner and help us make some returns on our savings, we also lose our investments. And the government then pretty much either the bank goes under or the government has to recapitalize the banks using our own taxpayers' money. Okay, so this has a multi-pronged negative impact on the society, and this is what we've been seeing in India in terms of rising NPAs of banks and a lot of willful defaulters. So you'd be very surprised to know that in the 8 years of Kingfisher's history, where it was able to raise 13,000 crores from banks based on its brand equity, does anyone recall how much of profit Kingfisher made in the first 8 years? Okay, maybe again you've not read about this. So Kingfisher's profit during these first 8 years was zero. So it actually was making no money. But still the banks continued to lend it tranches after tranches of loans, which amounted to some 13,000 crores. And then Vijay Mallya promptly said that we can't pay it back, and he moved out with that money. Okay, so all of these issues also plague startups, because the owners are basically individuals, 2 or 3 student graduates, or say IIT BTech graduates who have a brilliant idea, all right, but they don't have the funds to scale up their product or to scale up their operations. And at this time, you have different kinds of financiers who come in and get an equity stake into the business. So these kind of conflicts become very, very common, and they become a very important reason as to why some entrepreneurs may decide to stay small. Okay, so for example, recently when the Indian government kind of redefined our micro, small and medium sector, 98% of our companies now fall under that segment. So this can also be because they are not getting enough finances to scale up, and it could also be because of the corporate governance issues, the conflicts that I've just told you about. It's not a bad decision to stay small. you'd be pleasantly surprised to know that the entire German economy is comprising of its Mittelstand, where Mittelstand stands for the small and medium sector. And here, small companies which have less than 500 employees are able to contribute to more than 67% of their GDP. Okay. In India, even though 90%, 98% of our reclassified companies now fall in the MSME domain, they only contribute to single digits towards the GDP of the company. And hence, yes, does someone have a question? Okay, someone had unmuted themselves, so I thought. Fine. So in India, the contribution of this MSME sector is still pretty low, and it just moves on to single digits. And that is why there's this huge impetus on giving a push to make in India and helping these companies scale up. Okay. So this we have already spoken about. And entrepreneurial finance, which is one of the topics, one of the subjects that I have discussed, basically looks at the application and adaptation of financial tools, techniques, and principles to the planning, funding, operations, and valuation of an entrepreneurial venture. So straight from creating a business plan to looking at projections of balance sheets and profit and loss and cash flow statements over the next 5 years, to generating funding. So how do you generate funding? Through equity or through debt or through mezzanine financing and so on, to running of the operations in terms of budgets, in terms of ratio analysis, in terms of performance evaluations, and then finally leading to valuation of a business, of a new startup, of an innovation. Okay. So as I told you, a startup is very, very vulnerable because they burn more cash than they build. Financial distress is something that's very common to new companies, small companies and startups, and it is what brings them down, not the idea, not the product, but the way that they are not able to handle their financial cash flows. Now, this is a very important slide because every venture goes through these 5 phases. And the financing that you get at each phase, the operation that you do at each phase, the valuation that you have at each phase is distinct. Okay, so that is what we try and teach students here, that when you innovate on an idea or process and you start a company, these are the stages that you would go through, and at every stage you would have distinct financiers available, you will have different operations that you would need to conduct. So the 5 life cycle stages for any new venture is the development stage, the startup stage. So let me tell you a brief about each stage. Development stage is also called your seed stage, or when you're still working on an innovation. So you have an idea in mind and you're trying to develop a product around it or a service around it, and you're trying to develop the technology that goes behind it. So this is called the development stage. The startup stage is when you have an idea that seems commercially viable, so you've created a business plan around it, a business model around it, and now you have registered your company and you have actually come up with a startup. So this becomes now a legal entity. So it's now a company. Okay. The survival stage is the next stage where you're trying to sell and you have your product in the market, but your revenues are not enough to cover your total costs. So they're not enough to cover your total fixed costs or your variable costs. So you're still struggling. You're still trying to survive. You're still making losses in the sense that your costs are higher than your revenues. And it is at this time that you need a lot of hand-holding from investors who can take you through the survival phase. In economics, we also called it the break-even analysis. That is, you're waiting to break even so that your revenues become equal to your cost, and after that your revenues exceed your cost, and that is the time that you actually start making some profits. Now, the moment you survive this phase, you enter into what is called the rapid growth stage. Now, this is what every startup dreams of and waits for, and even every investor looks forward to. And this is the time when your product gets accepted into the market, it gets validated by market, and suddenly your product takes off. So your growth is above 30%, 40% year-on-year growth for at least the next 2 to 3 years. Okay, and naturally you need a lot more financing here to expand your operations, to create more capacity, even to market your product more aggressively. So this is called the rapid growth stage. And after that, the company continues to grow all right, but the growth rates become more subdued. They become more conservative. So if you were growing at say 30%, 40% year on year, now your growth starts to slow down a little and you grow at maybe 14% or 15%. So this is called an early maturity stage where your product is now kind of accepted in the market. You've arrived, so to say, and the growth is there, but the growth has now become more and more not exponential, but slightly more linear in its nature. Okay, so these are the different stages. At this early maturity stage, the company now decides to go public. So you have the option now to enter public financial markets, because by this time you have a good operating history. You can show that your past few years you've been making profits. You have also built up on a lot of assets, and your product is well accepted in the market, and hence you become more amenable or attractive to traditional investors, people like you and me and the government and so on. Okay. So these are just the definitions of all of these stages. Okay. Seasoned firms, as I've told you, have successful operating histories. And this slide is also interesting because it gives you the average time span required for any innovation to move from the development stage to the early maturity stage, which is also called the exit stage for most entrepreneurs, because this is the time when your investors, which are private financial markets, decide to harvest their investments and exit from the business. Okay, so an idea, depending on the kind of complexity that surrounds it, the technology that is required to develop it, spends maybe 6 months to 1.5 years in the development phase. Okay, and if your idea shows a lot of promise and it requires some technology or machine inputs or lab inputs, then you can talk to an incubator and they can incubate you and give you access to those kinds of equipment and technology. Startup is the day you actually register your company and you become a separate legal entity, or you become a business in the eyes of law. From the startup to the survival stage, it can take a company 6 months to again 1.5 years, depending on how easy or difficult it is for them to penetrate markets. After this first survival stage, you move into the rapid growth phase, which lasts from 2 to 3 years. As you can see here, the growth is exponential, and this is where the startup seems to have arrived. Okay. Typically, after 4.5 to 5 years of a startup's life, you start to see growth, which is still there, but now moving at a more subdued level, and the growth rates now drop to 14 to 15%. And this is the time that your investors who have been with you through this journey decide to harvest their investment and leave and exit the business. Okay. If you have any comments, any doubts, any questions, please ask. Now, naturally, every business may vary in the terms of the time period, but this is what an average timeline looks like for a startup. Okay. So this is what the development stage is. This is where all the innovation is happening. This is when the venture gets organized and you have an initial revenue model, business model set into place. This is when your revenues are starting to grow, but they only pay some, not all of the expenses. So you end up making a loss at this stage. And of course, in the rapid growth stage, as the name suggests, you're growing very, very rapidly. So you're making a lot of cash flows, and your cash inflows are higher than your cash outflows. So you end up making a profit and good returns for your investors. In the early maturity stage, again, the growth continues, but it's at a much slower rate than what we had witnessed in the rapid growth stage. Now, again, another interesting slide here. So at each life cycle stage, as I told you, the process activities that an entrepreneur has to undertake are different. So in the development stage, you're still developing opportunities. You're still trying to develop a solid business plan around your innovation, around the solution that you're trying to offer. In the startup stage, when you have registered your company, you're gathering resources. So you're hiring management, you have directors in place, you have a lawyer in place, you have an accountant or a finance person in place to take care of your legal compliances and auditory requirements and so on. In your survival stage, you're again still building operations, still gathering more resources and trying to grow slowly and slowly. You're building up your marketing network, your supplier network, and so on. In the rapid growth stage, of course, you are developing, expanding your operations at a much larger pace. And so you have a lot of capacity expansion, a lot of fixed assets acquisition that's happening at this stage. And in the early maturity stage also, your growth has declined, but it's still very robust. And so you're still continuing to grow and expand and even start accessing seasoned markets. Okay. Now let us look at the. I'm sorry. Yes, did someone have a question? Yes, Saksham, you have raised your hand. You have a question? Okay. I thought somebody. So because I would not be able to see your hand unless I switch to this window, I request you to please unmute yourself and please ask whatever question or comment you have in mind. Okay. So I'm moving back to the presentation. Okay, sorry. Now, this slide shows you that at each different stage, who are the people who actually fund your business or finance your venture. Now, at the development stage, the type of financing that you get is called seed financing because you're still a seed and you're germinating. The idea is still being germinated and we want to see whether you can grow. And at this point of time, no professional investor is interested in you, because you still don't have a commercially viable product or an idea. So the only people who are willing to invest in you are your own family and friends, because you can emotionally blackmail them into parting with their money. And the third F is fools, people who get duped into a great idea and they end up parting with their money never to see it again. A big chunk of the finances comes from the entrepreneur's own assets. So suppose you've been working for the past few years, you may have your own bank balance, you may have your own house, your own equipment, laptops, credit cards that you can use to finance your own business. Okay. In the startup stage, of course, your own assets, family and friends continue to support you, and you also get what are called business angels. Now, as the name suggests, these are very, very wealthy individuals who could be promoters themselves, who could have been ex-entrepreneurs themselves, or even entrepreneurs currently, who are interested in this journey and who know what a good idea looks like and who are ready to back entrepreneurs like themselves. Okay, so in India, we have the Indian Angel Network, which is a wonderful website where startups can go and register their business plans, and it has this huge network of angels, of other entrepreneurs, even of venture capitalists, all on one platform. So it's a great way to navigate. Now, if you do have a good deep tech idea or innovation which shows a lot of promise, and especially if you've been able to get it patented or trademarked, that is, you've got the intellectual property registered for that particular product, you may also get the or gain the attention of a venture capitalist. Now, VCs are basically, you can compare them with the mutual fund. They are funds which are managed by a group of professionals who collect money from wealthy individuals or organizations who want to set up a portfolio which only invests in new ventures. Okay, so VCs may also come in at this time, but they would only come in if your product shows a promise of generating very high returns, because VCs work on the premise of at least 30 to 50% return on their investments. Now, in the survival stage, when you're just starting off operations, you're building operations, you get what is called the first round of financing or Series A financing. अगर आप लोग financial newspapers पढ़ते होंगे about startups, you would be reading कि Series A funding उनको मिली, Series B funding मिली. This is what it means, that they are in the survival stage and they've got the first round of financing to build up their business operations. Okay, so of course you are having some amount of revenue of your own, and that is also helping you recover your costs. You have VCs who are funding you. You have your suppliers who are indirectly funding you. So if your supplier agrees to supply raw material to you, but you don't pay him upfront, you pay him say 2 months down the line, 3 months down the line. This is called trade credit. Trade credit. And it becomes one of the most popular sources of indirect finance for a new company. Okay. The other is your customers pay you in advance. Okay, so for example, you have a subscription model, or you get into an agreement with your customers where they pay you in advance and then you deliver the product. So by doing this also, the company is able to get the necessary cash that they need to build their products and then sell it to the customer. So Amazon works on, now they have a cash on delivery model, but earlier they had to, the consumers used to pay for the products and then the product used to get delivered to them. Okay. Of course, in a country like India, we have a lot of government assistance programs. So we have Department of Science and Technology that gives a lot of funding to startups, either in their development stage or even in their survival stage. You have BIRAC, which gives a lot of money to biotech startups. Of course, you have DRDO, which is now funding a lot of defense startups and innovations. And you have educational institutions like IITs, who also have their own incubation centers, which are funded by alumni endowment or CSR funds of various companies. And we can also help incubate companies on campus. Also, in a lot of commercial banks, especially large PSUs, small sector lending is also part of the priority sector lending, and you do get working capital loans, even startup loans through the Nidhi scheme and all of this to startups. Okay, so this is the kind of financing that is available in the survival stage. In the rapid growth stage, when you are growing very rapidly, you attract what is called Series B financing or second round financing. And you also attract what is called mezzanine financing. Now, mezzanine financing, for the first time in a startup's life, you are able to attract debt. Okay, so you get a combination of equity and debt as securities, and this is typically given to you to create fixed assets, basically to expand your capacity, to expand your operations. Okay, so naturally the sources that are there at this stage are your own business operations, of course your suppliers and customers, commercial banks, and now you have a new entity called investment banks, which are now interested in investing in you. These investment banks are also consultancy giants and monetary arms of commercial banks. So they could be Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, all of these investment banks who are now wanting to help your company harvest the investments. Okay, so they start coming in, and you also attract liquidity stage financing. That is, you may need bridge loans because there's a cash flow mismatch and you want cash flows for a small period of time to run your business, to run your operations. So you can also get the much needed liquidity infused here, and that is called liquidity stage financing as well. कोई भी doubt हो, any question, any comment you have, please unmute yourself and let me know. Of course, when you enter the early maturity stage, you become as big as any other company around us. Then, of course, you can approach a stock exchange. You can go and get listed over there. You can come up with public securities like shares, public shares through an IPO, or you can also come out with debenture issues, which is basically a company taking a loan from the general public. Okay, the banks are also now interested in you because you already have a long operating history, have assets in place that you can use as collateral. Your product is already well accepted in the market and your credit worthiness is established. And so you can approach banks also for loans. You can issue bonds, you can issue stock. And the major sources of players could be your own operations. Now you have enough profits to put back into the business, to retain into the business, and you can self-finance yourself. And the other aspects could be commercial banks and investment banks who help you also harvest your strategies. So investment banks can help you build your IPO and come up with an initial public offering. Okay, so all this we have been seeing. Seed financing is generally provided by incubators. Startup financing and survival stage financing is also provided by an entity called accelerators that help you scale up your product. Venture capital, these companies, these funds take a lot of risk because the company is still struggling, they are still surviving, and there is no say on whether the company will actually be a huge success or not. So these VC companies are taking a huge amount of risk by putting in substantial money or investment into these companies, and that is why they look forward to being rewarded by very, very high returns. So we've already discussed business angels, who are basically business wealthy individuals. So you have a Narayan Murthy, who is a very, very prominent business angel. Ratan Tata is a prominent business angel. Sunny Bansal of Flipkart is a very prominent business angel. Sanjeev Bhikchandani of InfoEdge, Naukri.com is a prominent business angel, and so on. So you have these people who are looking out for new innovations which they want to invest in. Now, VCs, as I told you, are basically firms. They are not individuals. They are firms that function as a mutual fund, and they work on behalf of other large investors, and they create a portfolio of their funds and scout for good startup opportunities and invest on these opportunities on behalf of their promoters or investors. Okay. This is self-explanatory. Okay, we've looked at the first round financing, also called Series A funding or survival stage funding. Trade credit, as I told you, is one of the biggest sources of finance which indirectly funds the operations of a business. Now, trade credit is not just important for a startup, but you would find that a lot of very large companies also indirectly use trade credit to finance their working capital or their operations. In fact, Reliance does it beautifully. If you look at their creditors' payment period, that is the amount of time they take to pay off their suppliers, it varies between 3 to 6 months. And if you look at their debtors collection period, or the time that they take to collect the money from their own customers, they collect money within 1 or 2 weeks. So here they are collecting within 1 or 2 weeks, but they are lagging payments to the suppliers by months. And hence indirectly they are able to get their suppliers to fund their operations. Okay, so trade credit becomes, and this is a zero cost fund. You don't have to pay any interest on it. Okay, so trade credit becomes a huge indirect source of funding operations. Of course, as I told you, there are various ongoing government schemes which are there to help finance startups. Then you have commercial banks which are looking at taking deposits and making business and personal loans. So once you enter that stage, the rapid growth stage of your business, even commercial banks are looking at lending money to you because you're a good business opportunity for them as well. So second round financing, as I told you, also called Series B funding, is basically what ventures get in their rapid growth stage. And this is the money that they take to expand their operations and to also invest in their working capital. That is the day-to-day operations. As I told you, mezzanine financing is a mix of debt and equity, and it is directed towards plant expansion, huge marketing expenditures, marketing drives, working capital, and product or service improvements. Because you're growing so quickly, the market is giving you back feedback on your product and your process, and you're constantly trying to improve on the service experience or the product quality for your customers. Okay. Now, warrant is a specific term that we use, which gives the person who has the warrant the right or option to purchase a venture stock at a specific price within a specified time period. So a lot of mezzanine financing that comes in the form of debt also allows the warrant holder to convert his or her debt into equity at a later stage when they actually see the value of the venture rising. Okay. Now, bridge financing is also called working capital loan or short-term loan, where you need temporary financing just to keep the venture afloat till the next inflow comes in. Okay, so this is very short-term funds. For this, we have what is called the money market in India. Money market is a wholesale market for currency. And in this wholesale market, the basic securities denomination starts at 2 crores and 3 crores. And that is why people like you and me who are retail investors may not be big players in the money market. In the money market, the dominant players are the government, the large banks, financial institutions, large companies, qualified institutional buyers, and high net worth individuals who are the participants in these money markets. And in money markets, you have overnight lending and borrowing happening. And sometimes there is so much of demand for currency and for finance that sometimes overnight lending borrowing rates have gone as high up as 100%. Okay, we do not hear so much about it because it is not open to retailers and it's not a physical market. But money market is where the wholesale dealings are done in terms of the funds. This is where the central government issues its treasury bills, the treasury bonds, and other government or sovereign securities. The companies who are looking for bridge financing are also able to raise working capital loans without providing any collateral from the money markets for a period of say a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and they're able to do that once they become rapidly growing or seasoned companies. So Tatas, Birlas, they are able to raise funds at zero collateral very easily through the money markets. Okay, so these securities are called commercial papers or commercial deposits, and they are able to generate funds through this. So as all of you are aware, an IPO or an initial public offering is the first sale of common stock to the investing public. And this is kind of the fact when a startup seems to have arrived. So an IPO is taken as the glamorous culmination of a startup's journey, of an innovation's journey. And now you become a part of the big league, the part of the seasoned companies. So the first time you approach the public and you get listed on a stock exchange and you sell your shares to the public, it's called an IPO. And every other time that the company again comes to the stock exchange and interacts with its shareholders by issuing more shares or maybe offering share buybacks or bonus shares or stock splits, whatever, that is called a follow-on public offering. It's called an FPO. Okay. So also called a secondary stock offering. Now, typically when a new startup comes to the stock exchange and gets listed, the founders are not allowed to sell their own holding immediately in the IPO. This is to safeguard the interest of millions of investors, people like you and me. And typically there's a hiatus or there's a time gap between the company selling its IPOs and the founders exiting the startup, and typically it's given as 6 months, so that it is not that the investors or founders have basically duped the public and sold off and then run away with the money. As I told you, investment banking firms are basically misnomers. They are not commercial banks in the sense that they take deposits or give loans, but they are actually into the business of wealth creation, and they help companies build up their portfolios, build up their books, come up with an IPO, price their issues, when should they time it, who should they target as potential investors, and so on. So you have these large players which come in and help you do that. So Citibank, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs are all investment bankers. Okay, and naturally investment banker is a person who is working with an investment banking firm, and this kind of a job profile is like a dream job for a finance student to have. Even our BTech students are very good at numbers and analytics, and after they do a couple of core courses in finance, they also join Deutsche Bank and Morgan Stanley as investment bankers at that young age. Okay. Venture law firms like Trilegal, Amarchand Mangaldas are law firms that are specialized in corporate law and who help these startups from beginning, from getting started, from filing for patents, getting their intellectual property registered, to then moving on with different compliance issues, taxation, provident fund, GST compliance, and so on. And then eventually they help you also exit or harvest your investments by helping you either come up with an IPO, or they can also help you get acquired by larger companies, or they can also help you design an LBO or an MBO. So an LBO means a leveraged buyout and an MBO means a management buyout. So they can help you design all of these strategies to then exit the venture. So they're highly specialized. You have these companies around us. In India, Amarchand Mangaldas is the #1 venture law firm. And you have Anand & Anand, which is the #1 law firm that looks into patents and IP creation, okay, for example. Now, naturally, once you become a seasoned company, that is, you already have your presence on the stock exchange, and you are coming up with further offerings in terms of fresh shares or debentures or preference shares to the market, it is called a seasoned securities offering. And this is what the companies that we know and we read about daily, the BSE Sensex constituents, the Nifty 50 constituents, they are all seasoned companies who continuously come up with their own securities offerings to raise funds from the market. Okay. So this kind of completes the basic introduction that I gave to the students who are studying entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial finance. I would now like to take any questions or discussions that we may have. Dr. Chawla, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes,
Manpreet here.
so Manpreet, as Dr. Chawla had suggested that maybe I could talk for 1 hour and then we could have a discussion for another 15-20 minutes, depending on whatever the audience wants. So I finished my talk time in 1 hour and there were not many questions. But now I would like to throw open the floor to the participants and ask them if they have any doubts, any questions, or any aspects that they would like to discuss.
Okay, sure, ma'am. If they have the questions, they can ask.
Sure. You can also type in the chat box, or you can
Okay, I'm
raise your
typing it,
hand.
ma'am.
I'm sorry?
I'm typing it, ma'am, in the chat box.
Acha, okay. Now, I don't know if most of them are faculty members and they're doing a course or an FDP on innovation. I don't know what the mandate their own institution has set for them, but maybe they are being encouraged to develop curricula around innovation or maybe set up an ecosystem for innovation or entrepreneurship at their own institutions. So if you want any kind of discussion around that, because at IIT Delhi we are doing it, I can share our experience with you as well in case that helps you in any way. If you don't have any questions, if you'd like to learn something more about entrepreneurial finance or business plans or how you screen an innovation or venture, you can ask me. I can share that material also with you. Dr. Upasana, you've raised your hand. You have a question? I see Dr. Lakshmi Prasad also who has raised their hand. Do you have a question? You can unmute yourself and talk, or you can write it in the chat box. Manpreet, they do have the right to unmute themselves and talk, right?
Yes, they have the right, ma'am.
So Dr. Lakshmi has raised the the hand, but they're not talking. Dr. Lakshmi, are you facing an issue with your audio? Anyway, there's no response. Okay. I can see some 115 attendees here, but it's interesting that they don't have a question, but maybe this is not something which is of their interest. So Manpreet, I think we can wait for maybe 5 more minutes, and if still people don't have any questions, then maybe we can call the session off.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, we can wait for 5 minutes and then you can wrap it.
Okay, fine. So Manpreet, as you were telling me, most of these participants are faculty members, and this course is titled what? Innovation
management.
Innovation management. So are they teaching innovation management, or have they been asked to develop courses around innovation management?
Ma'am, most of them are the faculty members. I exactly don't know what they're actually teaching.
Okay.
And 90% of the audience are for management field only.
Okay. So Manpreet, please share that PPT with them, because I've sent it to Dr. Chawla already.
Yes, we have the PPT. We will definitely share it now.
Okay, and of course, if someone needs any other material or any other help related to entrepreneurial finance, of course, they can contact me and I'll be happy to share whatever extra material I can with them. So I have this whole curriculum that's been designed, so we can share it. I see 2 people holding up their hands, but they're not saying anything, so I don't know what to do.
Ma'am, wait a minute. I should see whether they are muted or not. Wait a minute.
They can even
Good afternoon,
type their questions.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, who's this?
Ma'am, this is Dr. Ramesh Kumar from
Okay,
Coimbatore, Tamil
Dr.
Nadu.
Kumar, were you facing a problem with your audio?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
ma'am. It's clear, ma'am.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go on.
Ma'am, just explain about the business crowdfunding. What's the benefit for the, what is the crowdfunding?
Crowdfunding? Okay, so
Yeah.
Dr. Kumar, in India, we don't have legally enforced yet. We don't have that. We have it in the US and it's working beautifully. But in the US, if you're aware, we have jobs, which is Jumpstart Our Business Act, which kind of gives all the regulations that are required to look at equity crowdfunding. Now, in India, we do have crowdfunding platforms, but they are more like charitable donations which are targeted towards either helping people who need medical assistance and can't afford it, or paying for the education for some children and so on. But we still don't have a regulated mechanism for equity crowdfunding in place. So we are not allowing our startups to raise equity through crowdfunding so far. Okay,
Madam,
maybe yes.
Madam, I have one more information. In Tamil Nadu, especially in Tanjavur Pudukkottai district, crowdfunding using whenever they are having whenever they need money, this crowdfunding concept they are using it. They are utilizing for in the same thing. They are utilizing for in the business.
Who's using it? Who's using it? Which business is this?
Startup firms and individual entrepreneurs.
Individual, okay. So maybe as a sole proprietor, they are able to do that. If you become a company, if you become a registered legal entity, then it is illegal to raise equity crowdfunding. You can always raise donations through these crowdfunding sources, but you cannot offer equity in lieu of these crowdfunding sources. Okay. So of course these crowdfunding platforms are there. Even you and I can start a crowdfunding campaign and raise money for anything, but we cannot issue equity against that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who has a comment or clarification? So if your question has been, or if your comment has been discussed, then you can put down your hand. I see MK VAR 2016 who has their hand up, but they are not speaking out. So I think they were muted first, Manpreet. That is why we were not. Okay. There is a question from Dr. Lakshmi Prasad who said, what kind of precautions one startup would take while asking fund for angel investors? So the biggest precaution that you must take is that when you're asking an angel investor to invest, he or she is expecting some equity in return. So you should be able to value your company in such a way that you don't end up giving majority shareholding to that angel in lieu of, you hand over control of your startup to that angel, because at this level, even a small amount of money seems like a big investment because you already don't have any operations in place. So that is one thing that startups need to be very careful about, because you do have a lot of vulture capitalists or predatory investors who are able to dupe innocent entrepreneurs who are sitting on a very good idea and are able to get control of their company by just giving them a small pittance at this need, because you're desperate for finances. Okay. Then there's another question which says, please tell us about venture capital success rate in India. Oh, VCs are having a great time in India, and just in the last year we have registered some 11 unicorns which is not as good as China's growth or US's growth, but we are number 3 in the category of getting VC investments. Okay, so SoftBank is investing, Tiger Global is investing, and a lot of other VC firms are now looking at India. So China and India are leading the growth. Of course, US leads the tally so far in terms of startup culture and financing. In fact, 85% of the US economy is made of such new small businesses. Okay, so India also is doing very well, but not as well as I would like it to. We are number 3 in the rankings, but we are, if you compare us with US and China, we are very, very far. We are lagging behind, and that is why there is so much of emphasis on Startup India and Atmanirbhar Bharat and all of that from the government. Okay, then let me just scroll up to see if there have been any more questions. So I hope I've answered your questions. In case you have any other thing, please let me know. Okay. Okay. So I think I've answered all the questions in the chat box.
Yes. One question from my side.
Yes, please go ahead.
This is Rajiv Ranjan Jha from Ranchi.
Okay.
My question is, ma'am, that government has set up EODB in every state level industry department. EODB is called Ease of Doing Business, Single Window Department, for promoting that Startup India and Stand Up India and helping the entrepreneur as well as established business to start their business or expand their businesses. But what is happening at the ground level, that there is no synchronization among the departments, and EODB and that kind of things, they have deputed the content, and the firm like ENY, PwC, they have indulged in this process. Despite all these, that the so-called red tapeism, like if you start any kind of business, we need several kind of approvals or several kind of statutory compliance one has to follow. For taking all these things, it is very good to listen that government is funding this, government has started such kind of programs, and at the ground level things are very, very different, ma'am. And it's very difficult for even established businessmen inside the entrepreneurial ventures and all these things, because they don't have that much backup or that much of time or courage or capacity to move here and there to get their business started, whatever idea they may have. I'm talking about many places, especially in Jharkhand and Bihar and West Bengal even. Okay, I'm working as a consultant with EODB team and all these things to establish several kind of greenfield projects. But it is very difficult to get all the approvals and all these things in time-bound manner. So how will get improved for especially entrepreneurs?
Sure, I completely agree with you. This is a major issue. We have so many large campaigns in place, like, you know, ease of doing business, clear single window clearances, Startup India, Make It in India, and all of that. But if you see, we do not have a single act in Parliament that can govern the growth of startups in our country. As you rightly said, all the efforts are deeply scattered at the state level, at the regional level. There is no coordination effort, there is no cohesive force that kind of regulates or structures the entire growth of the startup ecosystem. I am very impressed with the Jobs Act in the US, where they have this entire regulatory environment, rules, everything, just like we have the SEBI Act, which governs the listed companies in our country, and it is governed by a strict hand through the SEBI regulations. Similarly, we need a regulation or an act to help our startups grow in a regulated, structured manner, so that there is enough reporting on which are the regions. Now, IIT Delhi was also planning to set up an archive of what is the regional growth of startups. Suppose there is some technology or innovation being developed in Northeast India. Why should we reinvent the wheel? Why can't we allow that technology to be given to another startup in Rajasthan, for example, and help them partner, help them come together so that they can synergize their energies and then grow faster, scale up faster. But we have no such mechanism in place. We have no single body that governs or that looks at the startups in India and sees how we can integrate forces, how we can combine resources, optimize efforts, and so on. Now, very recently, we're also working on a research proposal for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, where IIT Delhi, as a research institution, as a technical institution, we are going to develop technology solutions to help a startup scale up. So we have partnered with a startup which is into organic farming for the past 3-4 years, and they are doing a good job so far, but they are struggling with scaling up. So individually they would not have got that kind of funds, but now that IIT Delhi is backing them and we are saying that we will go on the ground with them, look at the solution that they are offering, look at the problems that the farmers are facing, and we'll be able to work in our own research capacity to create possible solutions. We are now writing a big proposal for that. So a lot of educational institutions who have the know-how or who have the managerial or technical expertise, organizations like yours, you're all management faculty, well, most of you are. You should also encourage your own institutions to take up startups and to help them scale up, because they have a good product, they have a good solution on the ground, but they just need help with better processes, better supply chains, better customer retentions, maybe a technology solution, and to help them scale up. So all of these efforts are happening individually. So it's happening at IIT Delhi's level, it's happening at your institution maybe, but we don't have a cohesive coordinating agency that is able to map all of these efforts and get like-minded players together to help them scale up. So I think that is the way forward, and we do need a regulator or an act like the jobs in the US, because it's done a wonderful job there, and we need something like that to happen in India also. Okay, so that's my thought on this. I hope I've been able to add to or okay.
Yeah,
Great. Thank you.
I'm facing on day-to-day basis problem of this statutory and regulatory issues, because whatever promise and whatever documentary promise government, whosoever is in government is doing, now there is no synchronization in among the departments and all that.
Yes.
And
yes, exactly.
And there are several approvals one has to take before starting the any kind of enterprises.
Sure.
So for the regular businessmen, they are the regular. They have the separate departments. They have the good amount of people who can run here and there and get the things done. But for enterprises, it is very difficult. Whether they will focus on the business part or they will focus on to getting the things done at the.
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you. And that is why I'm saying that has to be a regulated mechanism. So, for example, when SEBI governs all listed companies, they have a specific mechanism. You go onto SEBI's website, get listed as a company, there is a specific form to be filled. So, you know exactly the kind of documentation, the kind of clearances required for you to get listed. And then, of course, you have access to the rest of the world to raise finances. But for a startup, they are pretty much scattered. The ecosystem is scattered. They're still developing. There is a lot of corruption happening at the local level. There is no single regulatory or coordinating agency that is monitoring all of this, where you can go for some grievance redressal. Startup India का जो website है, उस पे you do have a grievance redressal portal, but I don't know how many entrepreneurs are actually accessing that and what is the response. So we do have a big scheme, all right, but you don't have a proper executing body behind it. It's all scattered.
Exactly, ma'am.
So we do need a big, we do need an act like jobs. We do need a statutory body in place like SEBI, which can execute this, which can implement this, and which can actually keep a tab on the growth of startups. In fact, one of the project proposals that IIT Delhi was interested in working on was to set up an archive like that, where we connect different technologies being developed, different innovations being developed across the country. And instead of having 10,000 startups work on the same idea in a scattered manner across the country, why not get them together so that they can synthesize their resources and they can scale up really well? So our aim is to get something like this going, but of course we don't have a dedicated school of entrepreneurship. We are planning to set it up over the next couple of years through our alumni endowment fund, because a lot of our alumni are leading entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley and all, and they want us also to help incubate startups. So we would want to have that kind of a hub in IIT Delhi, and these are all steps being taken towards that larger goal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It will be great if you can share more documents regarding that entrepreneurship, which you have mentioned earlier, that you have written some documents and some things.
Yeah, so what exactly would you like me to share with you? Because I have a huge amount of material, but I'm sure you will be interested in some specific aspects of entrepreneurship. So in case you can tell me that, it will be...
practical part of that, ma'am. That execution part.
Practical part matlab?
Execution part. There are so many very good ideas and all these things, but the mainly faced at the execution level. I want to study something related to that only.
Okay, so you want to study something that gives you some kind of background on how you can execute better, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, fine. So I'll look for that and I'll send it across to Dr. Chawla, and maybe she can share it with you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Manpreet, I think we are nearing the time also. And I think most of the questions and discussions have already been taken care of. So if I have your permission, we can wrap up the session as well. Is Manpreet here? Manpreet, are you here? Okay, so anyway, participants, I think Manpreet is maybe joining, or maybe there's some network issue. So, okay, Manpreet,
no, ma'am, I'm here only. It was a network problem, ma'am.
Okay, I could sense that. So, Manpreet, it's already 4:30. So, with your permission, we can wrap up the session.
Yes, ma'am. On behalf of our department, extend a hearty vote of thanks to you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise with us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Manpreet. It's been a pleasure, and I wish all of you and the participants all the very best in their future, in their careers and personal lives. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay.